Can I actually join you, or no?
I'm still in the main menu, so yeah, hold on.
Okay, so you'd have to invite me first, I think.
I think so.
Cool music.
I do like the music. It's like
Great colors.
I was gonna say it's very alien Borderlands, but Borderlands is alien too.
Yeah. Yeah, great music. Have you been playing Ark Raiders?
No.
Everyone's been playing it, haven't they?
Coyote Cody plays a lot of that.
Oh yeah.
I was thinking about looking into it, but I haven't really. It's like an extraction game, I think.
Right.
Oh, good. My controller is your controller working, Moo? At least.
Yep, mine's good.
All right. Cooperative. Let's delete this one. Yep. Old game minus kick it old school with limited lives and track time. No thanks. We're gonna do it the normal way. Invite player. Oh my god, look at this list. Where is Moo? There you are.
Thank you. You don't come?
And I think I even got the update. I think it was I don't remember if it was a free update or not, but I have it. The hot garbage add-on.
Oh, right.
So, we just sit here for 1 sec.
No problem, no.
I'm just getting my little treats together. Alright. But yeah, I thought this would be a fun one. It's just like a little, like, kind of like Little Nightmares, where it's a two-player little, multiplayer platformer, you know?
Yeah, sure.
That's right, I wanted to get you to play Trine, too, but that's another day.
What's it called?
Trine, T-R-I-N-E.
Wow. Okay. Oh, we're in. Oh, great colours. I love when it's
Yeah, very, very, very visually nice. Yeah.
artwork. Yeah, I like that. Got a co-op game. It must be nice having friends. Inventory.
Hey, my name is Martin Tweed, President and CEO of Kindred Aerospace.
Here we are.
Thank you for joining the Pioneer program.
What do you
For
want us
almost
to
30
do?
years,
Ooh.
Kindred has been striving to help humanity expand beyond the confines of Earth. And I am excited to announce that
Oh, here we
many
go.
industry observers now consider us the
Yeah.
fourth best interstellar exploration company. From our humble beginnings, manufacturing batteries,
Fourth best? Woo!
solar arrays for use in
Out of how
extreme
many?
climates, to our line of athletic footwear and chic survival apparel, we have been continually striving to drive humanity further from the bottom of the oceans and now to the stars. Our next step is to move beyond pure exploration and into settlement, which is why you are here. Our scientists have identified several planets that may be fit for human habitation. Yours is
ER-126.
That's where we're going.
is to explore the planet's surface, catalog its creatures, threats, and opportunities, and send your data back to our crack team of scientists.
We're definitely the most valued team here.
Yeah.
Discover, the more we'll be able to guide your experience and highlight objectives for you
Oh, they give
and
us
your
the
partner,
objective.
if you
Okay.
have one.
Right.
I should also mention that while every effort has been made to ensure a comfortable and safe journey, recent budget challenges plus the unknown natures of the obstacles you will face mean that we were unable to send you anything in the way of equipment.
Oh, good. Great.
Oh,
But
he's
don't
having the
stress,
fish
however,
treatment.
as your habitat comes equipped with a 3D printer, that is more than capable of turning any old space trash you discover into useful items.
Oh, okay.
One minor note. All the fuel in your javelin was used in the journey from Earth and the landing on your planet. You will need to discover a local resource that you can refine into an appropriate fuel.
Okay.
Unless, of course, you decide to spend the rest of your life off Earth.
Oh,
Well, maybe.
But I don't want to take up too much of your time, and I'm sure you're very excited to explore. So I wish you good luck. We will send updates on your progress as you complete your scheduled surveys. Stay alive, and see you soon.
we'll try.
When they start sending people into space, they should make it a reality show. And we should all get to like watch our favorite ones, you know?
Ooh, food.
Huh?
Welcome. My name is Echo, and I'm here to help guide you on your mission.
Who's that?
But first things first. Please
Oh,
log into the
no.
computer and fill out a teeny-weeny questionnaire, if you don't mind.
Right here?
So we can make sure
Oh,
you're not
yeah.
crazy.
The computer's over here. Oh, I don't know. Okay. They want to make sure we're not crazy.
Oh,
I
yeah.
turn around, Moo's already gone. Oh, there you go. Alright. Are you able to hop on too, Moo, or no?
Oh, I don't know. Oh, hang on.
New report.
Wow.
Okay. Greetings. It looks like you made it. Good job.
Yep.
One of my jobs is to continually assess your mental state, and as space sickness has been an issue for
One
some
of
other
these
recent
photos, one of
explorers,
these images.
You have to do it, apparently.
Oh man.
You have to do it. But I can print a weapon.
Hold on, I gotta turn this off.
But we don't have any stuff. Well, we can't.
Moo,
One of my jobs
you
is
should
to
turn on my
continually
stream, Moo.
assess your mental state, and as space sickness has
Hang
been
on,
an issue
I will.
for some
They
other
want me
recent
to,
explorers, could you please identify yourself from this
Hang
gallery
on.
of faces?
It wants me to pick an image that's me.
Ah! Yeah, hang on.
Pretty sure it's this one or this one. I'm not, or maybe even that one.
I'm watching. Oh, no.
I think I'm one of these four. I'm this one.
Thank you. I'm super glad you're not crazy.
Okay. Alright, we got new messages. Welcome. Something about my first day. Couldn't be more excited. Humanity continued to expand across the universe. Humanity has been trapped on Earth for an eternity. Blah, 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 blah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Videos. I think it says got the welcome guy. Yep, okay. Okay, yeah, neat. See if you have to see if it makes you
And now you're
check
ready
if you're
to
crazy
explore.
too.
Please walk downstairs and step into the
Okay.
teleporter while I will discombobulate you and then recombine you
Messages?
outside on this glorious
Oh.
new
It's
planet.
Yep. No videos. Dax. Alien research. Collectibles. Collectibles? Whoa, look at all those. That's it.
Relaunch.
That's all it shows me.
Okay.
I'm not able to change how I look or... But just say the 3D printer, but we don't have enough whatever.
I see.
Oop. What about
Okay.
this here? This...
While there's nothing in the world I would like more than to launch this craft back to Earth so you could rejoin your loved ones, should you have any, this remains impossible
Ah.
until you find
Whoa,
a suitable
there's,
fuel source on the planet.
teleport thing here, all around you. You got food?
Yep, I grabbed some.
Ah, Rob, the only food in this universe that tastes exactly like it sounds.
How do you grab it?
I just took it, yeah. I have two now in my pocket, I think, where my pocket is.
I can't even see where, like where our inventory is.
I'm sure we'll learn.
New backpack, visor, journal. I have no idea. Okay.
Alright, let's get out of here.
Get out of here. Star Trek. What is this? Oh, this is my.
This place sucks.
So,
Yeah.
welcome to ARY-26. It doesn't seem to be, well, a planet at all, really. More detonation of rocks. This mission just got 100% more interesting and about 50% more lethal. To aid
I
in your
see.
exploration, the Javelin is equipped with several small, robotic drones that can perform basic scans of the world around you. Please launch them by opening the exterior hatch.
Okay. Drones. Exterior hatch. They're not working. There we go. Okay, they're out.
Right. Now they'll provide you with approximate locations of resources and important info. The Javelin's pretty banged up, but you'll need to scan the exterior to confirm the level
You
of
press the right thumbstick.
bang-upness. Do that now.
If you press the
Don't
right
forget to
thumbstick, it
continually
scans the
scan your
area.
surroundings. The camera
Yeah.
will transmit data back to Kindred HQ, which will send you blueprints for stuff. Then you can collect stuff to make the stuff in the blueprints, and that stuff will help you survive against the stuff you took pictures of.
What's this stuff in there?
Oh my. Hold up on the D-pad.
This exterior panel must have been knocked loose on landing. I am adding a location marker to your compass. Please find it and scan it. If you lose your way, you can always hit the survey button to highlight its location.
Oh, you don't gotta
again.
hold it. Never mind. And you can scan broken parts of the ship. Here, come here, move by me. Where are you?
Yeah.
Yeah, are you up on the D-pad right now, or what are you looking at? Normal stuff?
No, up on the J-pad.
Yeah, like you can look at that thingy and you can scan it while it's broken.
Oh, right. Okay, now I understand.
Or over at this thingy back here. This is a little easier to get to.
Fuel tanks are intact, but empty. If you can find a local fuel source, you'll be able to get back home. If you can't, congratulations, you're home already.
So we've got to find stuff.
Yeah, a lot of stuff looks like. Are you
Okay.
scanning? Yep.
That's not supposed to look like that.
Alright, so problem scanned. Missing panels scanned. Missing panels
Oh,
scanned.
something here. Something here. Something here. Oh, can't get in that way.
Oh, I see.
Whoa, what are these things?
Oh, can you crouch one? Maybe you can go that way. Hold on. Yeah, well, you can go this way.
Ah, there is our missing panel. Well done. In the future, whenever you need help finding your currently selected objective, you can use survey to orient yourself. The Javelin is basically intact, but in need of minor repairs.
Oh,
If we ever want to
we've got things. I'm picking up lots of
the
things.
photographers
Where are
found an
you?
alien alloy we could maybe use to repair the ship. Let me mark it.
Fixer-upper.
I am
Oh,
detecting
I see.
a
Hold on.
fortuitously fragile surface nearby. Please scan to confirm.
Why are you
I don't know how
slapping
to
it?
break. I don't know how to break this or how to get through or.
Why am I carrying grab? How do I use the grab? Oh, okay, hold on. Maybe you do this. Nope, I just threw a can at grab at it and it just did nothing.
Can we go up this way?
I am detecting a fortuitously fragile surface nearby. Please scan to confirm.
Yeah, I scanned it already. How much? Oh, you want me to go this way and scan it? I see.
These crystals look extremely breakable. You could take out some unexamined aggression on them. Nice work!
Yeah.
You already have the required amount of carbon to craft a highly functional base-level Nomad plasma pistol. The 3D printer
Ow.
inside the Javelin is ready for your input.
Okay, we can use the printer.
Oh, we can? Oh,
Yep.
nice.
Woohoo! Slippity
Well, how'd
slide.
you do that?
B.
Oh,
It's how you crouch.
back in?
Every time you
Yep.
return to the Javelin, you automatically deposit any resources you were carrying.
Hmm.
Anything you drop outside the Javelin, however, will stay there until you go and grab it with your meat hands.
Alright, so. Weapon. What the hell?
Oh,
While there's nothing in the world I would like more than to launch this craft back to Earth so you can rejoin your loved ones, should you have any, this remains impossible until you find a suitable fuel source on the planet. Now you've got a weapon, the single most important tool for any colonizer.
Alright, so we need blue stuff, I guess?
blue stuff?
Yeah, to make the guns. Carbon.
Alright. Blue stuff, okay.
How do I pull out my gun now? Where's the gun?
Oh, you got a gun already? Oh,
Yeah.
I've got a gun.
How do you get a gun? What do you do?
I don't know, I just, like, pressed right trigger and it just came when I left the, I left the ship.
Okay, let me see. Ah, yep. There we are.
Ambient temperature 92 degrees. Biosigns nominal.
Now we should be able to shoot through those crystals.
Yeah, you...
No.
Oh, yeah, you can. There you
Well,
go.
Don't waste all your ammo.
Oh, okay.
Oh, we gotta go up here. Ah. Okay.
Uh-oh. So pretty.
Look at that.
Oh.
It may sound weird, but do you see a large tower looming above you? I only
What's this
ask because
thing?
my system appears to be functioning correctly,
Ha-
but our initial scan said there should be no sign of intelligent life here at all, and that appears to directly contradict this idea. I will contact your superiors immediately. One moment, please.
I'm
We've
scanning.
got a scan.
Hmm?
These
Yeah, we've got a
unhatched
scan,
alien
huh?
eggs can be used
Scan
like a
some
natural
stuff, yep.
trampoline. Ethically iffy, yes. Effective? You bet.
What's the trampoline? These things? Woo! Yep.
They are.
Yeah, these big green blobs
Oh,
on the
look
ground.
at
Look.
this. Look at this one.
This plant's berries are edible and slightly hallucinogenic. As with all
Edible.
edibles.
Whoa,
take it
whoa,
slow.
whoa.
And
Okay, that's bad.
hallucinogenic.
Oh no, that's really bad. Try that.
I have received an urgent message regarding the tower from our president and CEO, which is available for your viewing pleasure at the Habitat. Please return as soon as you have a moment.
Oh, what the fuck? Oh, wow. Yeah, this is the trampoline with these little green blobs.
Green blobs. Oh. Oh.
Not those. Those aren't blobs. This.
Oh, this. I just scanned it. Oh, wow. What's this thing here? Look at this. Oh, this doesn't...
Oh yeah, what is that about?
Now that's metal.
That's metal.
What?
That's metal.
That thing you picked up looks disgusting
Sure.
and squishy and bouncy.
Oh, a lot of metal. I see some up there too.
There's a cave over there too.
Where's the metal? I must have picked it up. What's all this stuff?
Oh, here's more.
What's up with these little guys?
Looks like it's gonna pop.
Uh-oh.
Might want to get back.
There you go. Got the.
Uh-oh. Angry birds. No.
Hey, look at that. You picked up some carbon. Good for you.
Carbon.
Nice.
There's stuff in here.
Fascinating.
B is the
The
crouch.
seeds you just
move.
picked up probably belong to
Yep.
some indigenous plant from around here. I wonder what they grow on.
Nice.
Ooh.
Or maybe there isn't ammo. Maybe it's like it reloads.
It does.
Yeah, because like I it still says 8 on my thing.
Yeah.
And then 8, and then 8 again. Yep.
Nice. That's good.
So yeah, we can.
There's another cave here.
Where are you?
Yeah.
I see him coming. The fuck is that noise? You heard that?
I'm detecting a nearby organic compound
Yeah.
which may be useful on our exploration efforts. Please scan it. I believe that mixing that orange substance with your oxygen supply may allow me to tweak its impact on your biology, which would in turn allow you to be more attuned to the local climate. Long-term impacts are unknown, but ingestion is, of course, completely your decision. Please remain calm.
Oh,
I am
you level
monitoring
up,
your
level up,
physical
level up by
Oh.
eating
All
that
is as
new stuff.
predicted. I am
That's-
adjusting your
You
health and
level up.
biofeedback to
Why does that
reflect your
close?
improved suitability to the chemical mix. I salute your continued embrace of adventure.
I want to get in there. Why does that close?
You go.
Why does it close?
You go. I'll stand there maybe.
Interesting. Oh well. But yeah, I think it's shared anyway. We both leveled up, so that's good.
Mhm.
Alright. What you moving about over here? Oh shit, check this out. Look above
Whoa.
us.
I won't lie. I feel kind of bad. They're so cute.
Skeleton.
And so full of
That's a
juice.
spine, yeah. That's something. Something big. Were we here before, Moo? What the hell?
Different. We need to get into that area, that door. How do we get in there?
I don't know. We probably need like a special thing.
You reckon? Oh, okay.
Or an ability. Oh boy. Yeah, like what the fuck? What are these things?
Oh, there's one of the orange things up there.
Where?
Up here.
Oh, I see you. What are you doing? Causing trouble?
There you go.
I want to eat.
You want to get that one?
Yeah.
Yeah, you wear that.
I want to try.
I think we'll level up together.
That's what I was saying, yeah. I said it's
Yeah,
shared.
I'm pretty sure. Where's this go to? Nowhere.
Just a hot tub.
I thought it might be like a...
Birds are freaking out.
Yeah. Is that where we came out of? Yes, it is. No.
We gotta go up this way. Oh, we didn't learn how to do that yet.
Ooh, what's this stuff?
Oh, this is a grab. What should we be going to?
No idea.
This?
It says 25 meters that way.
Yeah. Oh, what the hell is this? Cool. Oh, that's not cool. That's not cool.
Did you die then?
No.
Oh no.
But it is uncomfortable down here. Oh no, things.
There's jelly thing. Oh, flippers. Oh, you got him?
There's something else still.
Lucky.
Okay. Well, that wasn't too bad.
I wouldn't step in it if I were you.
There's an orange thing in there.
Oh, this is pee. This is a pool of pee, Moo. It says a bubbling pit of jelly waft fluid, not excrement, the other one. It's a pool of pee. Where you going? Oh, nice.
I found an orange
Good
thing.
news, bad news. Good news is those things you ate made you way harder to kill. Bad news is you're harder to kill because most of your bones have been replaced with rock-hard space tumors. Good news.
There's a cave
Potential
there.
partners dig tumors. Or so
There's
I
a
hear.
cave here, Jester.
Hold on, I found another one of them
Can
thingies
we-
up here.
Oh, okay. Oh yeah, I see.
Oh.
Nice.
Oh, what's over here? Oh, whoa. Whoa. I think I know what cave you're talking about, Moo. I'm coming.
Yeah, no, you're right.
This one here?
Yeah.
I saw it from above. Now I'm not afraid about ammo no more. Moo, go nuts.
What? Oh, wow. What is this?
Yeah, I accidentally peeked over that edge and I was like, oh.
What's this thing?
What?
He's screaming, running. Look at him. Oh, where'd he go?
I think he's out there
He screamed
screaming.
and ran. He screamed and ran away. Oh, there's those things again.
I hear him screaming.
No berries.
There, come on.
Like a normal
He's a puffer.
bird,
He's a
but
puffer bird,
wrinkly.
but wrinkly. Oh no, this is this one. Oh god. All right, hold on. I'm trying to scan it.
These aren't me.
Uh-oh. Hey, these ones have got eyeballs. Where are they?
This anthill is way bigger than the ones on Earth, but the
Oh,
ants
yeah.
are the same size.
That's funny. The anthill's humongous, but the ants are still the same size as Earth.
Are they?
That's what the thing you said.
Did you see the bird running? Did
Yeah.
you see the bird that looks like a... Yeah.
Oh, that's like a what? I saw one screaming.
Yeah.
I was trying to scan it, but I couldn't catch it in time.
Here he is, here he is. Here he is.
Now it's twice
There
as
he is.
annoying.
Nice.
Just
A
shoot it,
babushka.
please.
Well, you shot him? Oh, yeah.
No.
Oh, God,
I
if
didn't
you-
shoot him.
Oh, Christ, if you shoot them, they break into two and they start screaming.
I don't have any weapons now. Oh my goodness. Do I? No, I don't. Ooh,
Why?
I don't know. Where are they?
I don't know. Yeah, what happened to your gun? Yeah, what the hell? It's right there.
Oh, there they are. That's weird.
How'd you put it away?
I don't know.
I keep hearing...
Whoa, here's one of these things. Woo! Uh-oh. 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 I'm...
Exactly like a normal squid. Except for its aerial properties and size and everything about it.
And everything about it. Exactly like a squid, except everything about it is different.
Rectangular prisms. Whee!
Jester, are we supposed to get up here? Because see that shiny thing, sparkly thing up there?
I think so, but we don't got to know how to do that yet.
Oh, yeah.
Do we gotta return to the ship
Oh,
or
yeah.
something?
Hang on. Can we climb up here? Oh.
Ow, what the hell?
I'll follow you. Wherever you are.
Oh, cool! We find what appears to be alien feces, and your first instinct is to just pick it right up. I mean, I think we could use it as a sort of natural adhesive, so I guess we're flinging poop now?
Ooh, I found something.
I don't get
Oh, there
it.
you are.
This planet was supposed to be devoid of intelligent life, but these structures... Why don't you scan this one?
Scan it. Okay.
Looks like some sort of transport device. If you turn it back on, we can kill you here and make a clone of you at another one you've activated.
Oh, great.
Or, sorry, I'm supposed to say teleport.
Oh, okay. We want
I
to
can't pick these things up, whatever they are.
Where are you? Where are
They're
you?
shiny, but on the ground. Can you see it?
We might be full, yeah. It was metal. Alright.
Okay.
Want to teleport with me, Moo?
Oh,
Before you jump in, Kindred says I need to read you a 400-page waiver absolving him of all responsibility. I speed read it.
Thank you. Oh, look, we can
where
go...
do we want to go?
Okay.
Javelin habitat?
What's this
Make
one?
something,
Outside the
or-
javelin, or let's see what we can print over at the javelin. You want to try the 3D printer?
Yeah, I suppose. Yeah. Oh, we're back. Nice. I like that.
Yeah.
That's good.
Oh, we got a new video? Oh, we got a new video.
New video.
Hello. Is this thing working? Sorry, buddy. Hey, yeah, you. Hi, I apologize for the one-sided nature of this message, but, you know, communication across vast distances makes it impossible to do anything else. So, I hear you've arrived on ARY-26.
Yeah, it's us.
And I've seen some of the preliminary data, and I have to tell you, we have a few questions. Well, as you know, every planet we initially surveyed showed no sign of intelligent life. The only thing is, your planet is, wrong. Not wrong. Strange. Unusual. We need to know what's inside that structure. Okay? How did our scanners miss it? Who built it? I need you to dig up everything you can. We are searching for a new home for humanity, after all.
Well, yeah, man, you'll find plenty of structures
I need you to
here.
transmit this data directly to me. Okay?
I've already updated your transfer protocols.
Why are you being
This
shifty?
needs to be our little secret for now.
Why?
Ooh, he's spooky.
Why you gotta be our
This
little...
scrap's fat and gristle finding its way to your trash? What a waste! Or even worse, the toilet?
What?
Disgusting. Put a smile
Oh.
on your face using your meat waste with Meat Buddy, the
Meat
reconstituted
Buddy.
cuddly companion from Slimo.
Oh my
Just
God.
take your animal-based waste products, rotten flesh, and laboratory-grown proteins and simply toss in the hopper. Choose the number and type of appendages, and in just 4 short Cly chips, your new best friend will emerge, ready to cuddle. Meat
Oh
Buddy,
my
the
God.
snuggly playmate from Slimo.
Meat Buddy. We have a Meat Buddy machine right here.
Okay.
This is a Meat Buddy Deluxe, actually.
Really do. So we've got weapons. We can improve it. Do you want to improve it?
Let's
The
see.
weapon? You have a look.
Yeah.
I
Improve
think
damage.
an upgrade would
Supercharged
be
shot.
best. Yep.
Advanced battery, so more ammo, I think. Items. What do we got here? Nothing? No. Gear, nothing. I wanted a grappling hook, man. Okay.
Oh, we have a supercharge.
That's
So
all
we can press Y.
Yeah, that's all we can do is
Well,
those. So yeah, let's do those. Fuck it.
Mm-hmm.
Insufficient resources. All we can do is the supercharge, right? Oh no, all we can do is the.
Oh, you can improve damage too.
Yeah, that's all we
Is
can
that
do right now. Yep. Do you want to save
Oh,
our
hang
stuff,
on.
or you wanted to use it on that right now?
Yeah, I don't care.
Okay.
Whatever you think.
Let's use it. Fuck it. We'll get more. Yeah. I think we gotta kill like creatures to get carbon.
Oh, yeah.
I think so.
Okay.
All right, let's go back out where we were.
Okay. Oh. Do we use teleporter?
Yep. and
Towering crystals.
Tower of crystals.
Nice.
The place.
I like this. This is the best feature.
Temperature
That's handy as hell, huh?
Bioscience
Yeah.
nominal.
So if we had a grappling hook, we can get to those places. But how do we get
Yeah.
strong enough to get a grappling
here's
hook?
one of these things.
Huh?
Can't pick them up, but I was still full. I don't know how that works.
Yeah, actually, I don't know. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, let's shoot these things because that's where I shot them last time.
There's a bunch of them here, but
Yeah,
I'm
weird.
not sure how to pick them up.
Me either.
They're all here.
Blinding. Throw this crap at other crap to stop their crap asses from moving around so dang much. Binding bile, it's called.
Oh.
I don't get it. Maybe I can't pick it up because I've grob?
Oh, look at this. Look at this. Look at this.
Hold on, where are you?
Here.
Okay, well, that's helpful.
Near the, sorry. Near the trans tele thing. Watch this. Watch this. I put the goo thing in my hand.
What goo thing?
Look.
Oh, neat.
So
What is that?
the D-pad
Oh, these.
is what... Yes.
Oh, we've been picking up stuff, Moo. We've been picking up stuff. I have a pile of poop, apparently, in my hand.
So we would use them to get up here. Like here, Jester.
Yeah.
So we can get up into these. Maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, hold on. I think it's these things. Hold on. These.
Oh, that's a different one to what I had.
Do you see this, Moo?
Ooh. Yeah.
See if you have one of these in your hand.
Hang on, I don't have one of them.
Or hold on, maybe not those. I think that's how you can make one of those.
Oh. So...
Yeah, no, I think we just gotta...
Oh, I've got one of these now. I've got one of these. Look. Oh. I've got a pink thing now. What does the pink thing do?
I don't know. It said binding bile. I think it like makes things hard to walk for things. What are these?
Oh,
gonna-
what's this? Okay.
I'm gonna kill more things.
So how do you throw these things?
What are you trying to throw?
Like the globs of pink stuff and...
Left trigger, I think.
No.
Give me your body parts. Give me your body parts.
Okay, so you can only hold a certain amount of it. Okay.
Bricks, but alien. Okay.
I'm not quite sure how this all works, to be honest.
I think we need a grappling gun at some point, and those seeds that I had are like something I can throw at things to make a grappling hook or something.
Hmm.
I don't know where. Hold on, you're over here. There you are. Hello, Moo.
Hello.
Nope. What is this?
I don't
This
know how
pod was
to...
seemingly designed to protect its contents from the ravages of time.
I'm like all fuzzy. I don't know what I've done, but I can hardly see.
Well, what the fuck is all this? No.
Where are you?
It's a pit in nothingness, Moo.
Yeah, I know. I looked at that before. See, this shiny thing over here too.
What?
What is that over here?
Nope.
Back this way. There's... Whoa. Be careful of them.
Chim chimney, chim chimney.
Oh.
They're anthills. I'm gonna kill things that get carbon and stuff.
Yeah.
I wanna see if I can.
Everything's blurry for me. I don't know what I've done, but...
You must have eaten something or hit something or walked into something.
Yeah, I must have.
Nope. I'm sure it'll go away eventually.
What's in there?
What are these?
A
Oh, that
plump
looks like
citrus
somewhere we
fruit
should be dying.
favored by the frugivores of this planet.
Carbon, give me your carbon, bitches. You weird little birds.
Just trying to kill them.
Oh, the screaming bird are here again.
I can see him.
Oh, what's this? A carbon
These
vein.
are like dinosaurs.
I found a carbon vein.
Oh wow.
Yoink.
Wow! That one was juicy. Bonus loot.
I think I'm getting carbon.
Yep, it's like little blue things that look like molecules on the ground.
No, my control. Hang on. I'm stuck. Oop,
You're
oop,
good.
oop.
You're stuck. You're walking into a tree. Hold on.
Yeah, I can't.
I jumped over this move. Over here.
I can't move.
Hold on. Crouch.
Stuck. Like,
Crouch.
yeah, I'm pressing B. No crouch. No nothing.
There you go. You're out.
No, still can't move.
Okay, yeah.
Sorry.
Turn your control on and off, maybe. That happens to me all the time.
Hang on. Yep, trying to. Okay.
Ooh, I found eggs.
Just in case killing the adults wasn't
Oh, yep,
sadistic
yep,
enough.
yep. Moving.
That's what happens to me all the time. But look, Moo, I found eggs.
Right.
Like your control just
eggs?
out of nowhere turns off.
Yeah. Haven't had that happen sure.
Should I be shooting these eggs, or they're not really giving me anything?
I don't know. Like, I just jumped over. I just jumped over that ledge here.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Here we go. Let's come.
Yeah.
Let's go.
As much as you may like to make the
Oh,
attempt,
yeah.
the jump in front of you is beyond your current capabilities. But fear not, the cartographers have found a deposit of a rare fluid which could be used to synthesize the fuel for some basic jump thrusters. Please redirect your exploration efforts towards it.
Where do you want us to go? This way?
20, 30 meters or something.
Oh, God. I like how they split into like more. That one broke into 4 of them.
Oh, you got it?
I shot a squid. Oh, give me a lot of stuff. Oh, aluminum. Ooh. Do you say aluminum or aluminium?
Aluminium.
Ah. I'm an aluminum boy. Where was that? Over here. Where are we trying to get to? 90 some meters that way?
Cool.
Hold on. Anything to scan over here? Hold on.
Looks to have fallen from the nearby tower at least 400 years ago.
Where are we going? Haven't made it.
I'm following the diamond. It keeps moving though.
The diamond, the orange one.
Yeah.
That's I was following the case thing. What's
Here we
that
go. Look,
thing?
we found a cave. It led me to a cave, Moo. That diamond.
Did?
Yeah.
Oh, it's taking me here. Is that where you are?
Well, I don't know.
Yeah, I'm coming. I'm coming.
When I got here, the diamond shifted inside. So yeah. I think we're in the right place here.
I'll scan these.
Oh, it's
These are like glow shrubs, but
freaky,
lazier.
but lazier. Oh, what are you? Hold on. Oh, just a bird. Come here, bird. I'm gonna kill you. I need that. I need your carbon. I'm sorry that you're carbon based, but hey.
You know, poor thing.
Oh, Y is a voluntary reload. Nice. Okay.
Uh-oh.
Glowy, but maybe useful too.
Oh, this is the stuff you found out there. Look, Moo.
Oh no.
Grab that. Yep.
No.
Oh wow, it runs out fast, huh? Okay.
It does?
Yeah, it does.
There's green stuff here. Oh, there's more here. There's more here. Come up here.
Or maybe it didn't run out. Maybe I just like switched to the thing by mistake. Hold on, how do I get up there?
This way.
Oh, I see. Yep, I might have switched to the thing because I scanned. Okay.
Oh, there's something shiny up there.
Yeah, there is. Ooh, the
There you go.
precarious shrine. We gotta go this way. Again, birds. I'm sorry. But you are made of carbon. And I need that shit like crazy. You wouldn't believe how much carbon I need. I need all of the carbon from all of your bodies. Alright, I need another glow thingy. I'm going back up for a glow thingy if I can.
Oh, okay.
Yes, I can.
I'll wait for you here.
Do you want another one? You coming?
No, I'm good, I think. There's light here. It's not dark.
There was some dark corners there I wanted to peep out.
Oh, is it? Yeah, sure. I'll wait for you.
Okay, I got him. Oh god, I'm gonna jump down. Okay. Okay, I'm good. How'd you get up there?
Parkour, which was amazing for me, on that shelf there, yep. And that one. And there. No.
Yeah, see, this helps a little bit. Oh yeah, we're getting there, Moo. We're getting there. Oh, I see, like a quick scan instead of going to your see? Do I still have it? Where's my?
What's that?
Did I just drop it completely because I scanned?
Press A while moving forward.
Yeah, I dropped the. You drop your glowstone completely if you oh shit! What the fuck? How do we get over there? Oh, okay.
Yep. Just die. Yep. Whoa!
Nice. Check this
okay,
out,
that's
Moo.
not good.
Oh, you fell?
Oh, gee. I died. Yeah.
Did you
I
really?
didn't die, but
Oh,
I didn't die. Lucky.
I'll wait here for you, Moo, before I do it.
That's alright.
Well, no, it seems like it's a thing, you know.
Is it? Oh, okay.
I mean,
It won't be enough.
I mean, it is like a whole shrine of skulls.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, you didn't see it?
Oh. No, I didn't see it. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, you see?
Yeah.
Had like a little pool of water here.
Extraction and live.
We did it.
Good
Whatever
work.
that
Nice.
was.
Now you have the required resources to print a brand new
Craft
jump
a
packet
jump
habitat.
thruster.
While
Ooh.
untested and
Oh.
not necessarily safe, it is guaranteed to be amusing.
Oh, so remember how we couldn't jump that long distance? Now we can go back and build a jump pack. Yeah.
Oh my god, I fell again.
I just jumped for it. Hold on. I want to put this on my screen so I can see it. There we go. All right, we head back out. We head. Oh yeah, right. That's why there's glow stuff on this side.
Did we scan this?
Be careful, if you scan, you drop your thingies. But yeah, you got it? You scanned it?
Yeah, that's scanned.
Anything interesting? Oh, whoa, look at that. Scan that move while you, cause
Oh.
I have the light.
Whoa.
Scan it.
Scan now?
Yeah, I can't do it because I've dropped the light. What is it?
It's still the same stuff.
Oh, okay.
It's just like a pod or
I think it's like-
something.
Oh, it's
Oh, wow.
It was an aluminum thing.
Wow.
An aluminium thing.
This is the way we came in.
Yep. Whoa. We'll just come through murder and
There's
murder
more of
everybody.
it.
Yeah, like carbon is like
Alright, guys.
carbon's like wood right now for us. You know what I mean?
Right, okay, yep.
We need your body parts.
You need this?
There you go.
That's more.
That worked. Oh, I got up there, but I fell back down for some reason. Which way? Hold on.
Is this the way?
Yeah, I went this way. I went up this way and I got up there. Yep. Alright. Now where the hell was the teleporter? Oh, we're here. Wow.
Oh, you're not.
What the
What?
fuck?
Well, I'm running out of energy.
Any more creatures to kill before we run in there, huh? Alright. Back home. Let's make a
Look
jump
at that.
make a jumpy pad. Or a jumpy boost.
You can craft an upgrade if you wanna.
Ooh, look at all that carbon. Uh-oh.
Mills Plaza, the ultimate earthquake
Got a new video move.
simulator. Create tiny human
Look.
life forms by just adding sub-zero
It's an ad.
water to a micro life powder packet and see your
It's like sea monkeys, but like people.
minutes. Watch them stroll, shop, and live as they autonomously move throughout their very own shopping complex, completely unaware of your presence. Engage in fascinating examination of standard Earth activity, or declare a Black Friday and send your shoppers into
Declare a Black Friday.
hunting frenzy where only the strong survive. Mini Mall Monkeys Micro Mills Plaza comes with environmentally stabilized shopping mall biochamber, 3 packets of powdered micro monkeys, and stirring stick from Lil Labs.
Oh dear. Micro monkeys. All right. Backpack. Jump pack. Let's do it.
I see you have upgraded your jetpack. While not capable of full flight yet, it should still allow you to access previously unreachable locations with only minimal release of atmospheric pollutants.
How do you use it? Press A while in the air to jump. Press B while moving backwards or to side. Okay, interesting. Let's see what else we got here. Nothing else we can buy. 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 We can buy some. Nope, we can't buy that. Can we? Hold on. Oh, because we don't have enough of whatever the other shit is. Silicon. What's been giving us silicon? Oh, the squids.
The squid things.
Yeah. We can get an advanced battery and a supercharged shot. You want to kill more squids? And we'll get some
more silicon.
Supercharged shot. That's what I've been seeing that yellow shit fall.
Yeah.
Work can
Well,
be
there's
exercise.
nothing in the world I would like more than to launch this craft back to Earth so you could rejoin your loved ones, should you have any. This remains impossible until you find a suitable fuel source on the planet.
Outside the javelin, towering crystals.
Ambient temperature 92 degrees. Bioscience nominal.
Alright, you see squids, we kill squids. Aha!
Oh, that's good.
Get back here. I suck. How are you all dodging me so easily? Ah. Silicon 3. Oh. Leaving food on the floor here. Leaving money on the
There's
table.
one. Whoop, whoop.
Got him.
Oh, it got me.
And you see that yellow shit they dropped? That's a silicon.
Right. Okay. They're hard to shoot.
They are. They're a real pain in the ass. What's sparkling in here? What are these? Alright, yeah. Anyway, we see him, we shoot him.
Oh, that's it.
What? Oh!
The jump. Like, the jump's good. Oh, I just fell down.
Get that squid guy out of the tree before we shoot him so we can get the stuff. There we go.
Okay, look. Oh, I see.
Nope.
Oh, no, I can't go that far.
Nope. Oh, look. Left, right, and B. Left, right, and we're back.
Yeah.
Okay, so where were we? Now we needed that jump over here, right? We went up. I remember we went up along this thing. Oh nope, not that way.
Oh, no, that's the boat.
I remember I went up
This
here.
way. Oh, I fell. I fell.
Where?
This
oh,
is bad.
Oh, where? Where'd you fall? Oh, I see you. Oh, look. There you are.
I'm back.
Look at you.
Whoa.
That's crazy. Come around, move. Go all the way around.
Whoa!
I don't even know why I'm doing this.
No.
Where did we go, Moo? Do you remember?
Yeah.
Oh wait, hold on.
Yeah.
Moo, we're leaving money on the table here.
Oh, I missed him.
Give me your carbon.
See the white handbag looking thing?
That's
Oh,
me.
that's you.
Yeah.
Okay, that's you.
That's me. And then the scan here. I think if you press... never mind, I'm wrong.
Press down walking forward to sprint. O to jump. I do that.
Nope.
Yeah. Hey.
Scanning? Nope,
What's
don't
this?
need to. Just give us
You don't
anything.
know to?
It beeps when you get close for some reason. You hear that? Like,
Okay, that didn't work.
why is
Down here.
Why does this tree beep when I get close? I don't know. Oh, where are you, Moo?
Oh, I fell down.
Do you need help getting back?
No, I think I'll try.
Because I think we have to go this way. Yeah. Here, I'll go back to... Hold on.
No. I think I can climb up.
Oh, yeah?
Maybe.
If not, I'm at this part where we started from. 'Cause we only made the first jump. What is that noise?
A plant with a taste for
What is
meat.
that thing?
Mm,
Charming.
Meat vortex.
These branches have latched onto a nearby host creature in order to survive.
Here I am.
Nope, there you go. Oh, there you go. And then this is the big jump. Look, do you hear this beeping? Do you hear it?
Yeah.
Why does it do that?
I have no idea what the...
It's like only on this side. Oh no, now it's not beeping for me. I don't know.
Well, it is for me.
Alright, I'm
So
gonna break
where do you reckon?
this way. Nope. These guys do the double jump again. Yep.
Yep.
Look at this guy. Carbon on the table. Oh, hold on, wait. I think we have to... How do you kick? Oh, sorry.
You're good. Whoa.
They're attacking you.
Ooh. Ooh.
Oh, look, look.
Oh,
fell-
it's a machine.
He fell into it.
Ah, eat it. I like these things. Feed another one.
I can't feed another one. It's already 8. I hear more birds. I'm gonna shoot them. Oh, I was born a rambling man. Give me your carbon, bitches. And your silicon. We definitely have enough for the upgrade. So next time we go back, but we'll worry about that next checkpoint. All right, let's get down there. Anything to scan? Yep, up here we got something.
A cracked wall. I have a few theories on what is possible here. All of them involve explosives. That upgrade would be very useful indeed. I have sent a request to Kindred, but we have yet to locate the required resources on this planet. Stay tuned.
Okay. Right. Give me your carbon.
Oh, I got a lot of carbon then.
Oh, what's all this? What is that noise?
I don't know.
Or that noise. Literally, I don't know what anything means.
I have no idea.
It beeps or it like starts doing like victorious music.
Why is this tree so shiny? Oh, it's these things.
How do I hit it in? I just got bang bang. I don't. How do you melee?
Well, I don't know how to get rid of the grog thing.
I know. That's what I'm looking right now. How do you melee? X. Oh, okay. Yeah, you smack him. X is melee. Yeah.
Oh, that's right.
Ow. Ow. Why did that happen?
No, look at this tree. Or this... What is this?
It's a cracked wall.
Yeah.
Nope. Ooh. You want it, Moo? I've eaten the last few.
What is it? Oh,
One
yeah.
of them jellies.
No, thank you.
Okay, so even more good news.
Ooh, what's
Those
that do?
tumors that improved your stamina and replaced your bones, they've spread to the musculature of your lower body, which gives you rock-hard glutes. You should be psyched.
It's kicked it into that thing. I want the carbon from it.
Carbon.
Carbon.
Ooh, what's this, Jester?
What?
This is a cave of some sort.
Of some sort. Oh no, can't do nothing. It's probably where the birds spawn.
Oh, okay.
Moo, that's a cave.
Where?
Over here.
Yep, coming.
Careful.
Whoa, we going in there?
Yeah, maybe if we find an entrance. If not, we'll just jump across there. Hold on. I think there's an entrance over here, maybe. Hold on.
I'm here.
Molotov-tastic.
Ooh.
Oh, fantastic. Uh-oh.
Unlike the typical
Oh, there's
bomb
lots of
grenades that
octopi
you
over
can
there.
carry, this one is far too big to lift.
I don't know
Whoa!
what you're supposed to do here.
Holy Jesus. Okay, I learned my lesson there. I'm coming, Moo.
What happened?
Boom plant. Alright. Where you at? What are we doing? Oh, we don't got the
I'm
grapple
not
thing
sure.
yet. We don't got the grapple thing
Wait, can we go across it?
yet. Not yet. We don't got the grapple thing yet.
Are you sure?
Yeah, you see the grapple things above it?
Oh yeah. Okay.
We can go this way and get these squids.
No, I can't.
No, you can't.
I've fallen. I'm back. Try again. I made it.
Get that silicone. Delicious.
Are we back to where we were before?
I don't think so. We're way further.
Right. Whoa, can't go that way. Oop, 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 oop.
Nope. Whoa. Everything looks alright. Oh look, here we go, look at this.
Here.
Oh. Die, squid. Oh god, did you kill me, Moo?
What?
I think you killed me, Moo.
Oh my god, I'm so sorry.
Thank you. Not for killing me, but lifting me back up again. I'm getting better at shooting them.
Yeah, so I felt better doing it then.
Wait, is this where we? This is where we started from. Yeah, you're right.
This is where we started, yeah, I feel like it is.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. What the hell? Well, how did we get here? Well, we gotta go make that super shot so we can break those walls, I think.
Yeah. We definitely need to be able to grapple, I think.
Yeah, it's one of the upgrades. I hope soon. Okay, we double cross. Right. Right, and then we came over here.
Whoa, that's a new creature. What's that over there? Oh no.
Now we're shooting birds. And then we came this way. What's nearby? It just goes beep 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 nearby and you're like, what?
Here's the pink stuff. We came the pink way, didn't we?
Yes? Question mark? I think so. Oh. There's some walls.
Yeah, here it is. I found it.
What'd you find?
The spaceship.
The teleporter? Or the spaceship?
Yep, spaceship. Super close.
I was trying to find the other thing. Hold on. I think I might have found that, maybe. No? I don't know where the hell I
Oh,
am.
the globe thing.
I don't know where I am now.
Oh no.
Where the hell? Okay, I'm back up here again. Oh, what the fuck? I never even seen that thing before. Okay. I think I might have found where to go, Moo.
You did?
Maybe? Yeah, I definitely don't remember seeing this stuff. You remember how you got to that cave where you went in the lava?
Yeah.
Do you remember how to get there? Oh.
Yeah, I probably remember how to get there.
Oh, I can get back to you. Hold on. Okay, yeah, I can get back to you. Hold on, coming.
Okay.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I can see where you are.
Oh, hold on. I got a squid here. Take him out. Get some more silicone.
Yep.
Okay, coming. They're funny. The screamer birds. Alright, so where'd you go? Inside. We went inside that thingy. Oh god, there's a big hole in the ground. The octopus make a funny sound. Woo! Oh. No. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, can I get back out of here? Yeah. I'm coming to the ship.
Kill it with fire.
Once I find this last squid that was just wooing around me. Okay, I'm coming.
Supercharged.
Where was that big tunnel?
It takes a while to unlock things, doesn't it?
A little bit. Where was that tunnel to get in there? How do I get over there? How do I get to you, Moo? There it is. I see it.
I'm watching you scream to see where it is.
I see it. I see it. These plants are interesting, Moo.
I could see them.
They've been hiding things from us.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, so if you go up that ramp, are you...
Yep, I was killing the squids. Okay.
Basically when you come up, you sort of follow left. Where you see the pink things. Too far left, I think. Yeah, that's too far left. Left there, I think. There we go.
Thank God we didn't break those, huh?
Yeah. No, they're good landmarks, because then you know.
Because then you know.
You know, you know. Okay, cool.
Run faster, come on. Legs. Are you in the ship already?
Yeah.
Nice.
You can craft an upgrade if you
It's
want.
a good game to stream, like the colours and everything are
It's
really
nice,
nice.
yeah. Let's see here. Ooh, what else we got here? No, we'll worry about that later. Let's get this super shot, right?
Mm-hmm. So how will we get over the fire thing?
Well, we won't yet, but we can break those those cracked walls now. I think with that.
Oh, we can? Okay. Nice.
I think so.
Ka-ching!
Nothing else we can unlock, I don't think. Until it lets us.
Okay.
But one of them is that grappling hook that we, you see those little sparkly guys somewhere every now and then.
So we have a grappling hook now?
No, we don't.
Oh.
I'm saying, but it's one of the upgrades eventually. One of the upgrades eventually.
Oh.
Ambient temperature
Back
112
we go
degrees.
to,
Biosigns
Alright.
nominal.
Let's try this super shot.
Powering crystals.
Oh, hold on, it's like... I think I wasted it. Alright. It's something. Hold on, yeah. I think I had to do it in that big window that popped up. You saw that? It was like a little window on the bottom right by the...
Oh, it's filling up now.
Yep.
Takes a while to recharge, yeah.
Yep.
I think.
Hold on, let's see. Okay. Oh, I fucked it up again, I think. I was looking in the wrong spot. I'm stupid. Alright, I'm gonna go find a wall that we can shoot. Were we in this cave? What was with this cave? I forget. As I murder every bird I see.
Yeah, we went to this cave, yeah.
What was in here? I don't remember. Oh, I remember now. Never mind. I remember now. We needed that for the boost liquid. Oh no, we could have just done that instead of, man. Crack shot right here. Oh, there you go. Give me your silicone. Okay, how the fuck do we go? What? Oh. That one gave me like a lot. Is that what it means when there's like a victory music? Is it like that one's a special one?
Must be.
That was an extra
We
heavy
didn't
one?
hear that before, I didn't know what it meant.
Yeah, I have no idea. I still really don't, but whatever. Okay. So
What about... What's that cracked wall there?
You see one?
Can you see it?
No? Where are you?
Here, just on the edge. So, can you see that cracked wall there?
Hold on, I'm coming back over there. Yeah, this we might be able to get to. I was saying because the grass is blocking it. Let's see. We could probably go this way. Or like from over there. I think either will work, but here we go. I'm here.
You made it?
Yep. I think you might be able to do it from over here, bro. Right there. But yeah, let's see what we...
Ooh.
Okay, let's see how we do this. How do you do this?
I don't know.
Oh, careful. No, wait till it recharges again. You see, there's like a little like, I don't know what they're called. Quick time event. Up in the target thing that happens. I think we got to get in there, but I just keep holding it too long. Well, don't aim it at me when you're ready. Okay, I'm almost ready. Okay, I'm ready. Fuck, again, I missed. That's hard to hit. Do you see what I'm talking about? When you hold Y, it has like a little mini game up there.
No, I don't get... Oh, right. Okay. I can see it now.
Yeah.
And you have to hit in that range, do you?
Yeah, I think so. Okay, I'm gonna try it. What the hell? Are you supposed to hold it? So
I'm not sure.
I'm so confused. Cause like I let it go, but it kept going.
Mine's like out now. I can't even recharge it or anything. Oh, hang on.
Try reloading.
Here we go.
Or maybe you have to press it. Maybe to shoot when it's in there. Oh, maybe that makes sense. Pull the trigger. Pull the trigger when it's in there.
Yeah, maybe. You could be right. When you see that emblem, that
Yeah.
range.
Fucked it up. I don't know how you're supposed to do this.
I don't know either.
Let me see.
I think you have to left trigger, hold left trigger
Press
when it's
Y.
recharged.
Press Y while weapon is fully reloaded to initiate. Okay, that's all it says. And yeah, I guess we gotta get it in that marker. I really don't understand.
I don't either. I'm trying to figure it out. Mine's nearly full again. Takes a while to recharge.
It does, which is annoying.
Okay, so nearly. Okay, fully recharged. Here we go. I don't understand.
Me either.
I definitely don't understand.
Here we go again. I'm like nervous about it.
Yeah, I don't understand. Yeah, because you have to recharge every time.
Like, what's it doing?
I don't know. But you can actually hold LT. Hold LT. Hold LT in and it lifts the focus. See the aim? So I'm holding that, pressing Y. But then it won't recharge if you hold.
Get that be reloaded too, yeah, you have to have 10.
Oh, I don't know.
You have to be reloaded, definitely. How the fuck?
I don't know.
Wait, I think What?
Did you do it?
I slowed it down in the thingy, but I don't know. Okay, I don't know. I slowed it down in the thing. I pressed it like almost right away.
Pressed what?
Why?
When the thing came up?
Yeah.
Oh, in the range. In the range. Okay, I got it. Okay. Oh, God.
Yeah,
it's
what?
hard.
Yeah. And the fact that it takes 400 years for it to reload, it's fantastic.
Yeah.
Like, what?
Oh, shit.
I'm so confused.
Is yours nearly full again?
No, I just used it a second ago.
Full. Okay, mine's full.
Go for it. Yeah, see what?
I don't understand. I'm pressing Y like a crazy person.
I think you have to press it. I think you have to press Y and then press Y again when it's in that spot, I guess.
I did. You sure it's not left trigger?
Wait, I got it.
Oh, you did it.
I didn't do anything though. I don't feel like that did anything.
I don't understand. Yeah, I can't get it to do it either.
It's a rock wall, vulnerable to explosions. Oh, it's not it says an explosion.
Oh.
Alright, so we gotta figure out where to go next.
File.
We just spent 6
Okay,
hours
I
staring at
died.
a wall. Oh, okay.
Oh yeah. Cool.
I think you'll be back. Hold on. Let's see here. What is that? Is that you?
Yeah.
Are you down?
I
still?
died. I'm back here. Yeah. I died.
I did. I'm dead.
I did. I'm coming back.
Okay.
I died.
Alright, now I guess we'll just
Except-
figure out where we gotta go.
It says 402 meters.
Yeah.
It says you are. But is that where the ship is?
I'm right here.
That's where the ship is. No, I can see where you are.
Yeah.
So, what do we need to get? Like,
Alright, so here's the teleporter.
I'm not understanding.
We have to get further. Is all we gotta do. I just don't know where we gotta go
Oh,
now.
okay. Oh
We
my
have
God.
to get to the next checkpoint. Is what we gotta do.
Where'd you go?
I'm looking. And I don't think
Oh,
we
you
can get
just-
to the next checkpoint until we can get the next upgrade, but I don't think we can get the next upgrade.
We've been in this cave, I think.
Which one are you in? Yeah, I think so. Yeah, where's the main diamond? We'll go to whatever the main diamond is.
Okay. The main diamond. 2 the yellow one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let me try to figure this out again. Alright, I'm gonna try to supercharge again, Shatmu. So it's Y, so you don't hold Y when you start it. You just tap Y to start it. You tap Y to start it, right?
Mm.
While you've already have full ammo, you have to tap Y to start it, and then once it gets in that little area, you press Y again.
Why?
Because
Bam, why?
no, just like you have to reload, so you have 10 bullets, right? And then once you have 10 bullets, oh, I can't get up there. It's silicone on the table. Where you at, Moo?
We have to go up there.
Oh, how the fuck did you get up there?
We have to go up there. How do we get up there?
I don't know. I've been following you. Hold on. These fucking screaming things. So yeah, you have to have 10 bullets. When you have 10 bullets,
Yeah.
you just tap Y to initiate it, and then when that little when that little thing gets in the thing, you hit Y again. Let me try it. Hold on. Yeah, I did.
Okay, so we can't. Oh no, it's saying the arrow's down. This way. I don't understand the red arrow.
What red arrow?
I've got. Oh my god.
What red arrow?
If you don't mind, octopus.
Wait, what red arrow?
I've got a. Like a red arrow on my screen.
I think that's a ship.
Oh, it's gone now. Oh no. No, it's the
63
creatures.
meters. How do you get up there?
So where we've got to go is up, and we can't get up there because we don't have a grappling gun.
We gotta figure out a way. I'm looking. No. Yeah, like how do we go? Let me see here.
I feel like we need to go this way again.
We need to be up there and get across. How do we get up there?
Well, the only way is this way.
Hold on, I think I'm onto something. Where you at, Moo? I think you're up there already, probably. Oh, my hand's up.
I'm thinking we have to go the way we came, but go further up.
I think we're up here. Hold on. Where you at, Moo?
I'm
Oh,
where
yeah,
we
good.
were before.
Okay, good. Yeah. Where? Okay. You're like 100 meters, okay, behind me. Or in front of me, actually. Let's see. You might be in front of me. I think I know where we got to. Oh God. I think I know where we got to go.
Yeah.
Our next place to go, but I just don't know where you are. You're below me.
I
Okay.
I'm below you.
Yes. Okay, so you're this way.
Okay.
I'm coming towards you. So keep following like the path that we went.
Yep.
Where are you? I should be seeing you over here. Yeah, you're like right here, aren't you?
I can see you. I can't see you, but you're only 67 meters from me.
Okay, yeah,
You're 40. I'm below you. I'm below you.
Yeah.
Right below you.
Okay, yeah, here, follow me, move. This way. Or whichever way. Which
Oh,
way
the
we're
other
going.
way.
Yeah, no, you're right. You're going the right way. Come on.
The way your character runs.
You think you got a better run?
No, probably not, but it's funny to watch.
Alright, so I was around this way, right? This is where we went across. And we were like, oh, that rock cave that you want to get across, right? That's over that way. That rock cave that you want to get across. The lava that you want to is over that way. But here, come this way.
Ooh.
We didn't
Have
go
we
this
scanned these?
Maybe. Check it. That's what I was scanning before, where it was like, oh, explosive plant.
Nice.
Watch this, Moo. Watch this. Check this out. Oh God.
Oh, wow.
Oh God.
Oh God! Just
Are you alright? Where are you?
I'm here.
Alright.
Just, I'm nearly dead. I'm nearly dead. I don't know what to do for health.
I think we have to eat grub or something.
Eat what?
This stuff in our hand. I really don't know either, to be honest. I thought no, it's bait. I really don't know.
Well, how do I eat it? Oh, sorry, I'm shooting you.
Yeah, I
don't
don't
know what's going on.
I don't know either. Yeah. So yeah, we didn't
What
go
are
this way.
these things?
Exactly.
No.
We didn't go this way. Here.
That's spewing out like acid or something, that one.
You look at that whole fucking shelf over there. You know, that whole like cliffside.
Yeah.
And then you have these things.
No. Your friend messed up.
Oh, I'm dead.
This is why I prefer you.
Oh, where are
What
you?
the hell?
Where are you?
Respawn in javelin, it says.
I got you.
Oh, thank you. I did again. No, not yet.
What? Where are you? Okay, no, you're right here.
No, I'm not dead. I thought I was dead.
Alright, so we go.
I'm
Watch out
gonna
for
be
these.
dead in a minute.
Watch out for these things. Also
What the
these.
hell?
Also these things are here. Alright, boy. Okay. So anyway, I was saying, we got to go on this way,
Yep, coming.
and then we jump up here. Scan these things. We gotta scan these. We eat these? No? Can't do nothing?
I don't think so.
A secondary bonus of your
This is
lovely
where
new
this is
jetpack
where the
is that
main
you can
mission
use
is.
it horizontally to dodge at creatures such as this one, who might seem a little aggressive.
Oh, we got an aggressive creature here. Oh shit.
He's after you.
Yeah. Oh god, I fell. I fell a long way.
Your friend messed up.
I fell a long way.
Yeah, he went with you. Which is good for me. There is a teleporter just here. I'll use it so it's activated, shall I?
Yeah, sorry, I was muted. Yeah, sorry, yeah.
Just remember you did your
Right,
best.
because I need to use
It
it
wasn't
so
very
you
good,
can use it to get
But
back,
it was
yeah?
your best. Hey,
yes.
buddy.
Is that right?
You
Yep.
died, and I made a clone of you that shares your memories.
Okay.
Listen, just don't overthink this. Our
There you go,
bioprinting is
it's
accurate to
activated.
99.1%.
I'm coming back right now.
So, as long as you don't die 49 more
Ooh, they're
times,
shooting me.
it's all good. Ambient
I'm here.
temperature 81 degrees. Biosigns nominal.
Oh, my loot is down there. Hold on.
Oh, so we need to go to this one here, do we? Whoa, we need to go here, do we? No.
Hold on, I'm getting my loot from down here.
Yeah, sure.
Wherever it fucking went. I think I got it. I don't know. Alright, never mind. Where am I now?
I'm here. I'm over back near the teleporter.
I don't know where I am.
There's a cave thing here. Oh, but we need to go here anyway.
I don't know where I am. Hold on, Moo.
Where are you?
I have no idea. Figured it
Oh,
out.
it's this bloody creature again. No way.
Yeah,
Okay,
we
this is a
didn't kill
bad
it.
place to be.
I found the way up. I'm coming.
Oh!
Hey, your friend
Oh!
is dying.
I died.
I'm coming.
You got me.
I hear it.
I think I probably should respawn so you don't die.
Yeah,
He's
yeah.
right next to me.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, respawn because then you can go to the teleporter. Oh no! Oh god.
Goodbye. Thank you for I'm back. Alright, coming. In a minute. Let me out, let me out. Come back. Are you there? You're trying to kill him?
Yeah.
Ah.
Got him.
Oh, good job.
You hit him in the tail.
Okay. What's going on?
More of them.
Another.
2 of them. When they miss you,
In the.
you have to hit him in the tail. Like that, like that, like boom, 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 boom. I'm always out of ammo.
Look who? Look, we got him.
Where's the other one?
Another one coming.
There he is.
What? Oh! No!
Me too, every time.
There you go. Woo!
Oh, I almost steered into him. Nice, we got him.
There you go, you got a thingy bobby. What's that?
That's a guy.
You got
Oh.
a thing. Some kind of spear. Here, Jester.
I don't know what I just did.
What's that?
I don't know. I buried my body here.
2. Number 2.
Oh, it's a gravestone, I guess.
There, get your spear. Spear, here. Got it?
Slapping it. There we go. Yes, alien
Nice.
alloy.
Bring this alloy back to the Javelin. I can
Nice.
start the repairs and unlock the first set of upgrades for your stuff.
Very nice, very nice.
Nice.
So maybe we get a grappling hook soon. Why am I carrying poop?
Maybe.
Oh, duh, we passed this up
What is-
before. Why didn't we go to
Can you
it?
see what's this sign? What's this?
What's what?
Yeah.
Looks like a problem, to be honest. let's bring the alien alloy back to the ship first.
Okay.
Alien alloy, back to the ship. Yeah. Okay. Uh-oh, we got a new video.
Oh, we do?
Life simulator.
Oh, no, it's
Create
the
tiny
same one.
microbes by just adding
Little mini monkeys.
radioactive water to a micro-life powder packet and see your mall's inhabitants grow in just minutes. Watch them stroll, shop, and live.
Alien alloy, I'm putting it into the printer. It's huge.
Shopping complex, completely
We brought the alloy back. Perfect. I will now be able to complete my repairs on the Javelin, which will eventually allow you to leave this planet. Better still, this particular alloy seems to be capable of crafting many different upgrades. I have unlocked several new blueprints in your 3D printer. It's like Christmas over here.
Better utility belt, that'd be nice. But that's not what we want. We want the grappling hook. Oh, we still can't get it yet.
We still can't? Oh my
Requires-
God, when
requi-
can we get it?
Requires element undiscovered. Unless there's something else that we get before that. Yeah, no. We can carry more items. Yay, better utility belt. What else is? Oh, fast reload. That'd be handy finally.
Yep.
But what do we need for that? What is that? I don't even know. Another alien alloy. Well, what did it use the alien alloy on this time?
We don't have the grappling hook yet.
No.
Okay, well let's go. There's a few things we can
Oh.
see.
Smarter visor
there.
upgrades your sensor to have a bigger detection range. Ugh. Okay, well. Yeah, we'll be back. Anyway.
Yeah, we'll
Let's-
be back.
Yeah.
We'll be back.
We'll be back.
That's it. Come back there.
Now that the repairs are underway, let's
So,
start
shall we go
exploring.
to this?
As stated
one
in the employee
first, or-
handbook section
or this one?
23498Y.
Is
I
that
don't-
one
You
or this
must
one?
catalog the
I don't know
flora
what
and fauna
one
of
you're
this planet,
referring to.
explore it in its entirety,
So
and
Caves?
report
this
back
sparkly
on
one?
its potential suitability for human
Caves to
settlement.
our right?
At this
Yeah,
point, we are
to our
unsure
right.
of the specific
Yeah, I
obstacles
guess
you
I-
will face. But the more
Or
data
these
you
ones
provide
to our
Kindred
left.
through your scanning tools, the more
Let's try going
appropriate
left
blueprints
first.
we'll be able
What's
to
one
send
to the
you.
left?
On behalf of
Okay.
everyone at Kindred, both biological and autonomous,
Isn't that where we just came
wish
from?
you good luck.
No.
The
Where?
cartographers
Whoa!
have identified a series
Whoa!
of very unusual
Oh my
structures
God.
at the core of this planet.
I nearly fell
While
off.
our earlier data indicated a rogue planet, this now
Oh.
appears
Be
to be
quiet.
Watch out for that
It's
thing.
loud.
incorrect. This is a radical mission-altering discovery, and while you must continue to catalog the
Oh,
planet,
this is a
Kindred
parkour.
requests that you pay
Oh,
extra
shit.
attention to anything that appears
Well, bye, Moo.
unnatural or constructed. I have placed a marker at a point of
Hello.
particular interest.
I'm back
She
again.
for our
really
scientists.
won't shut the fuck up.
Yeah, she's loud.
Yeah, you went right over that thing. That's funny. Okay. Whoa! Okay, that one was long. This is a long one. I came over this way. For me, I barely made it. I was like, damn.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Oh, that was easy. Oh, that one wasn't. Okay. Yeah, what? How do you...
Okay, that-
So you come up here, right? Or not? Maybe you don't come up here at all. Okay, hold on. Yeah, move this way. Oh yeah, carbon. Or not. Never mind. Nope. Hop. Down I go.
Oh, you gone?
Yep. Okay, I'm alive. Where are we here? Where are we now?
Oh, yeah, you got... Whoa, 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 whoa! Oh, okay.
Okay.
Yeah, you do come up this way, and you've got to jump across to these pink things. Ooh.
Yeah, I see.
No!
Hey, your friend
Oh,
is
God,
dying.
I'm dead.
Okay, I'm up to the pink
I'm
things.
dead. I'm dead. I'll have to respawn.
Okay, it's not too far from the teleporter.
Yeah, that's alright.
Yep.
Yeah.
Good news.
Like, I'm not too
Kim
far
is
either,
happy
you know?
with your work so far, and they decided to reward you with more work. Because capitalism. They've sent along some experiments, which you can tackle at your leisure.
Okay.
They've also added a brand new live sample tool to your 3D printer at no extra cost.
Jeez, loves
Who
yapping.
says Kindred doesn't
Yeah.
love you?
I'm right above you, Moo. I can watch your whole struggle.
Yeah.
Jump across there, yeah. Why did I do that?
Ugh. Annoying. Oh, fuck's sake. Ah!
Yeah. Karma on my part.
And thank you for your service.
There we go.
And we're back.
I stood in front of one of those those vents for no reason.
Meat scraps, fat, and gristle.
Where do you go from here?
Hold on, I'm coming back up.
All the way to that one. Oh, God.
Ambient temperature 81 degrees. Biosigns nominal.
Okay.
Oh, there's a stamina. I was looking for the stamina bar.
All the way across to that one?
I don't know. I'm all the way back down now again.
Oh.
I stood in front of one of those
Oh.
discharge thingies.
Oh, yeah, there you are. There you are. I can see you.
Hooah!
Can I get you?
Nope.
I can't get you.
Get me.
Oh, shit.
Not too far. I'll get there in a minute.
Okay. That's where we came from.
Whoops. Too far.
Oh, shit.
Your friend messed up.
I
I'm not-
died
This is why I
too.
prefer you.
Oh.
I went the wrong way.
Hold on, I'm coming.
No, it's alright. You won't be able to get me. When you get to the final pink thing, so you died on that one, then you jump
I was right there.
across the
I smacked you, I think.
green. Oh
What
no,
happened?
a green one.
Oh.
You should be quiet.
I turned your body into a gravestone, apparently.
Oh really?
Yeah. I went to pick you up, but you were already gone.
Parkour, parkour.
Parkour.
Whoa! Fuck!
Crouch. Okay. Oh.
Oh my god. Please put me back in the same spot. Thank you. No!
Oh. I'm so lucky.
Okay.
Smacking my own dead body.
Oh, I made it. Okay. know. No?
Okay, where are you, Moo?
I'm coming.
Don't mind my dead body.
Oh, you're dead too. Oh,
No, ignore that body. Yeah. Duck.
Your friend messed up.
No!
This is why
Don't move.
So annoying.
Don't move.
I'm not moving.
Crouch when you get up. Crouch. Okay. Come this way.
What way? Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, ready?
But we have to go up there.
Right here.
Oh. Oh.
I'm not gonna make it. Oh god, I made it. Okay.
I'm not gonna make it! I didn't make it.
We should have ran. Run and jump.
Yeah.
Run and jump, move. Yeah, okay.
Alright. Now this way.
Yeah.
Ooh. And then this way.
It's all making sense.
But I don't know where to from here.
Up here?
You reckon?
Yeah.
Oh God! Oh my goodness.
Okay, now we got some of
Right.
these to deal with again.
Yeah.
This is a
Can't
run and
get
jump,
up.
definitely. This is a run and jump. Whoa! Careful, it's a small platform here when you get here. I'll stand still so you... It's a small one. Oh god! Almost fell off of it. Okay.
Oh no! It's taking me off again.
Hey, your
Oh,
friend is dying.
Yeah, I can't get down there.
No, don't worry about it.
Hopefully you'll just respawn up here. Oh no, you're right. Whoa! Oh god, okay.
Huh.
I think I see the top.
Oh, I have to keep going back listening to her. She's so annoying.
She just doesn't shut up. Alright. I think I'm at the next, like, safe spot that we can chill,
there?
so... Huh?
Yep.
I'm at the next safe spot to chill at, so I'll wait for you here.
No. I don't care about the temperature.
Is she telling you about the temperature?
Yeah.
The climate on this planet.
Yeah. Oh. No, stop.
But I like games like this a little bit, because you kind of like... It's kind of like a struggle, but you also cheer each other on, so it's a fun
Hey,
time, you know?
your friend is dying.
Yeah, except for I kept dying.
It's alright. It gives me time to not smoke weed.
Goodbye, good riddance. I don't think you'd be a servant. I have to keep coming back here and listening to her. Stop. How is nothingness? Just telling me. How is nothing?
That's funny.
Back we go. Back we go, back we go. Try again. Oh, alright. Creatures.
I'll be right back.
Oh God!
I'm back, Moo. How you doing over there?
Yeah, alright. I keep mucking up at this bit. I don't know why, because I did it first up.
Well, I'm not rushing ahead. I'm waiting for you.
Yeah, no, you're good. No, jump down here. No! Okay, stop. No, stop. Oh, okay, why can't I get up on this one? I can't get up on this one the way you did.
Just gotta get your belly up there, that's all.
No!
No!
Oh. I can't. Why? Oh no. Oh, thank God for that. Okay, run. No! Please! Let me go up!
Which part do you keep getting stuck on?
On this one. I don't know what I'm doing wrong.
Let's see, where are you?
No! It won't let me up!
Yeah, what the hell? Button mash A or something when you get there.
Yeah. Oh, I'm almost dead. So did you run on this one?
Probably, yeah, you could run, there's plenty of room.
Please! Oh, yes.
Okay, there you go.
I'm almost dead, but...
This next one's kind of a small platform, so be careful. There you go, you're good.
No, I'm not!
You shouldn't have rushed on that
Your
one.
friend messed up.
Oh, no.
This is why I prefer you.
Hold on, I'm coming.
Oh, I can't. Why can't I do that? I don't understand. Oh, thank you.
Alright, where are we at, Moo? Alright, we're here. Okay, ready?
Oh, we're back here again.
Yep, follow me. Ooh.
Really?
If it's, if
I
you
don't-
we're not on the
I can't
clock.
revive you.
I'm not
I
down.
can't revive you. Where? Well, your body is half in the upside down, and your
good.
head's over here.
Nope. I don't know why that happened. I'm alright. I'm fine.
Okay, so where am I then?
You're back a few steps, I think.
Oh my God.
Don't rush, don't wait for it to go. Wait.
Oh, I'm gonna go back.
You're good. Wait, no. Oh God, you pushed it
Yeah,
off.
I have to. Did I push you off
Your
then?
friend messed
Oh my
up.
God, I'm
This
dead.
is why I prefer you.
You did, and I see the body you're talking about now.
Yeah, there's bodies everywhere. Oh my God. I can't even play like a basic game like Savage without dying.
It's fine. I'm turning all these into coffins.
This is gonna be some kind of clip. How many times can Moo die?
Yeah, you just don't need to
Maybe
rush.
explain it.
Wait for the things to stop squirting and then jump.
Yeah, the timing.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Okay.
You're running right into him.
Yeah, I know. Well, because I'm worried that I'm holding you up, so I'm like, get it over
No.
and done with. Up. Then I'm dying anyway. Okay, let's go. And I'm over jumping as well.
I know,
That's
that's
super annoying.
the little platforms suck.
Yeah.
Oh my god, there are a few bodies
Like
up there.
I'm having to pull. Yeah, I'll have to pull back on the trigger, on the toggle.
Oh, I missed. Oh god.
I saw that.
I was thinking too much. I'm gonna die next too.
Oh.
We're just a bunch of dum-dums. This is a really easy parkour thing. One obstacle. Squirting thingies.
I'm going to cheat where I can. Okay, so once I reach this final one, where do I go after that? Oh, across there? What the hell? No! You... Oh, God, where am I? I'm stuck in the middle of nowhere.
I'm turning these guys
Okay.
into coffins if I can. Probably a
I
dumb
have to turn
idea.
around. Oh, I saw that. I'm almost dead again.
Okay, I did it.
Hey, your
I
friend is
died.
dying.
Get all of our stuff back at least.
Yeah.
Alright, now we're
Now
over.
I know that that last one,
Great.
then we're jumping to the right after that. Is that correct?
I don't know.
To
I
that
don't,
like atoll thing.
I don't know what you're referring to.
The last pink crystal that we parkour to.
You just look around and go to the next logical place. I don't. Or are you up there now?
No. No. Not yet.
Yeah. No. That's really all it is. It's got to look around and go to like, yeah, that's probably where I go next. And yeah, that's usually where it is. Oh, I swear to God.
Oh no, see? It's happening to you too, it's not just me. Is
Yeah.
that right?
Now I'm jumping too
Good.
far. Now I'm thinking too hard.
Yeah.
For most of it, you don't need to run, I don't think.
Really?
Yeah. Like, I wasn't running for those first three. You just kind of walk it. I wish I could heal. Oh my god, all I'm doing is pulling out. It's yellow. Lemon? Oh, nothing but Jolly Rancher lollipops. Come on now. Yeah, for those I walked. And I ended up fine. And then we come up here. Okay. Nope. Almost didn't make it.
So it was this one when you're ready.
Yep. On the
This
right.
was the one I was talking about. Do we go jump from this first platform or go to the second?
Ooh, I guess you could just go right here, right? Look. You could just come right here, move. Oh, you just. You,
Friend
Hey!
messed up.
yeah, I don't know
Oh
what
my
happened there.
God.
For you.
You gotta kept walking and you just. Oh god, I'm gonna die now.
Just remember you did your best. It wasn't very good, but it was your best.
No.
Welcome back.
Shut up, whatever your name is. What is your name? Be quiet.
Beat scraps fat
Alright,
and
I'm
gristle
doing it
plenty
this
as
time.
We got it. We got it. We're full health. We're good.
We can do it, we can do it, we can do it.
Mm-hmm.
We can do it.
Ambient temperature 112 degrees. Vital signs nominal.
Oh, fuck. Oh,
Okay.
I've got some kind of error.
What?
Because the game has crashed.
Oh boy.
Yep.
Well, this game is funny when you crash. Look at my stream move when you what?
I can see your stream, yeah. Oh!
This is you crashed.
Now I can see. Again. Okay. Back here, I'll have to stop it.
Oh.
Why is it crashed like that, I wonder? I should disappear in a minute. There you go.
Connection. Other player has been lost.
Yeah, come back in. Where are you?
I have to invite you. They put me back to the lobby too.
Oh shit.
Not Ingalls. Moo. I almost invited Ingalls.
Oh, Ingalls is there watching, is he?
No. He's just on the list of friends when you go down them.
Oh yeah.
And for some reason, Moo and Ingalls are next to each other alphabetically.
Oh, why is it putting me in single player? Fuck.
There you are. No, you're here. I'm pretty sure it had our progress saved, so that's good.
Oh, nice.
Alright, Moo, we got this.
Mm-hmm.
We can parkour up these 4 things.
I'm a much better scientist in Schedule 1 than what I am parkouring. Okay,
Ambient temperature 92 degrees.
We're here.
Vital signs nominal.
we're here. Ah. I tried not to have any damage.
Where does it want us to go? Investigate the tower. We'll get there.
Go again. Too far.
Oh my god, I went too far.
No, it's easy to do. Oh,
Jesus.
okay. No way!
Hey,
Come
your
on.
friend is dying.
Oh my god.
Where are you, Moo?
Alright. You're not
No. Oh, you're down there, huh? Oh, uh-oh, uh-oh.
It's an injustice.
Bye, Moo.
It's an injustice.
And
Thank you.
thank you for your service. I wrote you a poem. Do you want to hear it?
Oh god.
I did want full health anyway.
Spaceman. Spaceman. Why do you keep dying?
Oh, and she's
Spaceman.
telling me how many times I died.
Do you like it? Poetry's not my strong suit.
I've died 10 times and I can look forward to the 50th
Oh my.
times I die.
Ambient temperature 112 degrees. Vital signs nominal.
I don't want to take damage. Please. Oh yeah, I did it. No damage. Yay.
It's not even like difficult parkour.
Oh no.
We're just overthinking
Oh!
it. We're just
Oh, for
overthinking it.
fuck's sake. Oh, I definitely am. Where am I?
You're just down there.
What am I on?
You're just down there.
Oh, fuck. Okay.
Yeah, you're better off.
Okay. Well, little android. Okay. Here we are.
I thought one of our bodies was here. Oh well.
Oh, fuck's sake.
Your friend messed up. This is why I prefer you.
I got you, Moon. You're right here.
Thank you.
Okay. No. No. Nope. Where are you going? Where are you coming back here? Why are you coming back?
Because I don't like jumping up that one.
What?
See there? I don't know, I can't jump up it.
Yeah, okay.
So I do this one.
Oh, I see. I think you're pushing me back off.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, before. No, not now.
Oh, yes, please.
Oh yeah. You have to run for that one, I think. But I just did it without running, and I died.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, I just looked at the wall like an idiot. Yeah.
Oh my god.
Oh, careful.
Please. Oh
Hey,
no.
your friend is dying.
Bigging the game.
Careful. Alright, so you don't need to run to get to that platform. The little one that you probably missed just now.
I'm watching you, yeah.
And this one I'm gonna run because there's plenty of space behind it. Alright, I'm gonna chill up here. You'll figure it out, Moo.
Yeah, I'll figure it out.
I'm gonna hang out here and take a smoke break.
You
And drink my iced tea.
do what you need to do. Yeah, go ahead. Like, don't wait on me. I don't know.
I'm also picking through Halloween candy, so that's fun.
Oh, okay.
I got a bunch of Oreos, a bunch of Halloween Oreos. This one has a vampire on it.
Oh, I'll give up. Thank you. Please. Just. Oh my god. Okay. Where am I? Oh, thank God for that.
I went a couple things up. There's alien alloy up here.
Oh yeah, no.
I'm hoping there's a teleporter. That'd be nice.
Nice.
I'm hoping there would be, but there's not.
I'm almost dead. What do I do?
Die, probably.
God.
You
How
know
do you
what?
get your health back or you don't?
You know what, Moo? I'm thinking, now that I'm up here, there's not
You
much
do
going
it and then they'd say, yeah, you do it.
There's not much going on up here. Past getting the alien alloy.
You do it.
I'm looking to see if there's anything actually going on, but there's not. I think the alien alloy is the only reason to be up here. And I think we can go back down. We can go make whatever's
Your
the
friend
next
messed up.
alien out.
This is why
I'm
I
burping.
prefer
Sounds
you.
good to me.
Alright, let's go back. And then we can go the other way.
I'm already back there.
Well, I gotta make it back without dying so I can because I have the alien alloy.
Yep.
Okay. So I almost just jumped off and it was like, whee! But nope, can't do that. I like how the game tells you you're about to get hurt. It's like, nope, you're going too fast. It's like the game starts shaking.
Yeah. I'll be back in a tick. I just gotta go to the ladies.
Yep. No. Okay, I'm back. I got some explosives.
You can craft an upgrade if you wanna.
Back.
Nice. I got some explosives, Moo. I know how to pick them up now.
That's good.
Yeah, and we can break those walls.
Mhm.
Oh my, what's all this? Fast reload? Nah. What else we got? Gear? No, I want the grappling hook, you motherfucker. Oh my god. This doesn't have anything, it's just for science. This didn't cost anything?
Amazing. Remember, completing your new science experiments will increase your rank, and increasing your rank will unlock all kinds of new tools. Hurrah for
Ooh.
progress!
Okay, so that didn't cost us anything.
Nice.
Can carry 5 objects, new. Fast reload. Should we save the alien alloy?
Yeah, I reckon.
For something better?
Yep.
Cause this shit sucks. One is a smarter visor that makes our scanning distance farther. Like, okay. What else is one? And one is a fast reload, but man, I don't think we need that yet. And if we can save it for something better. And the other thing is we can carry 5 items instead of whatever we're carrying now. But I don't even know what we're carrying now. You know? And we can't afford to make this anyway, so.
Yeah, cool.
Alright. Let's go the other way. What do you think?
Yeah.
And now I got explosives. I think I could blow up those walls now.
Yeah, good.
If you want to try that.
Hopefully I can. Yeah, hopefully I can make my way
Ambient
across.
temperature 92 degrees. Vital signs
I
nominal.
think I was just overthinking. I'm like, what?
Oh yeah, we don't gotta go that way no more, so.
Nice.
We go the other way now with that weird scanner bot that's over there.
Another way for me to die.
Yeah, like, where is the main target? Investigate the tower. Wonder what that's about. So yeah, move, check it out. Over on these guys, right?
Where are we?
Ow, over on these big onion guys here. Over here, to your right.
Onion guys?
To your right.
Yep.
Yeah, they got the explosives on top. You see, you can walk up and grab them.
Ooh.
Little onion bulbs on top.
How do you throw it?
I think you get them in your hand, right? And then it's left trigger, I think. Or right bumper.
Oh, right bumper.
Yeah.
We need to get this person over here.
Oh, you can't just carry them?
No.
Actually, maybe can I get rid of this grog and fucking get these instead?
Some creatures can only be hurt by melee takedown, which might involve some sneaking around. Yep, okay.
Dang, I was trying to like get 3 of those instead of the grog. What were you saying, Moo?
There's a melee takedown. You got to sneak. I think.
Okay, he's facing your way.
Okay.
Oh, he's facing my way. Were you able to get it? Yeah. Oh god, oh god, oh god! Oh god, oh god! What happened?
Where are you?
I'm down, I'm dead. Dead? Oh god, oh god.
Hey, your friend is dying.
There you go. Get out of there,
Oh,
Moo,
no,
get out of there.
I'm back,
Get out of there.
I'm back, I'm back,
Get out
I'm
of
back,
there.
I'm back.
I know I got you. I know I got you. Get out of there.
Oh, shit. So he's...
Alright, so, yeah. He's bad.
Your
Oh,
friend
I'm
messed
down,
up.
I'm down, I'm down.
This is why I prefer
Hold
you.
on. He's shooting off more things. I'll get you in a sec.
Yeah, it's alright.
They go pretty far, so yeah, we gotta do like you said. Sneak on them.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Move, run,
Well,
run. Okay. Come back where he's not constantly firing at us now.
I'll go... Oh, you go one side, I'll go the other.
Okay, I couldn't crouch there for a second. No, yeah, don't fire, don't shoot at him. Did you shoot at him?
Yeah, I was shooting at him to give distraction to you.
No, he goes right into this mode as soon as you alert him.
Right, okay.
So we gotta, like you said, sneak up on him. So here, yeah, keep. Don't move, Moo. He seems to be like looking your
I'm
way,
not moving.
but not like
Yep.
turning. Oh, okay.
I think we need
Hold on.
those bomb things. Do we? But it says melee, so X.
Got him! Oh, right in the eye.
You got him. Nice. How did you get him?
You just sneak up on him, but like really hard.
But with X? Did you kill him with X?
Yeah. Once you got close, it came up with a prompt.
Deep inside
Oh,
these
right.
caves, there is a
I wish I had a way to
you
heal.
could use to craft a grapple for yourself. A grapple would
Yeah, I
greatly
don't know how
increase your
to-
ability to swing around this planet and mutter
Oh, we got
"Whee!"
grapple.
to yourself.
Oh, we did?
Yeah, we just got grapple.
Oh, nice. Do we have to go back, or
It didn't say.
In your drone, you can activate missions. Okay. I'm about to die anyway. Oh god.
We need grapple. Oh no, maybe not.
Oh, I see. Yeah, probably not.
There's something shiny here.
Yeah, those are all explosives. Looks like. Oh god. I'm dead. Pick me up. Pick me up. Pick me up. Don't go. Don't go.
Where are you? Where are you?
Right there. Okay. Yep. We're good. I'm golden. Full health now. Let's go. Where was that cracked wall? I saw a cracked wall out there somewhere.
Yeah,
Fuck it.
yeah,
Not interested.
yeah.
Okay. Okay, hold on. We need one of these things then. Hold on. I'm coming. Oh, whoops. Okay. I'm down.
Hey,
Okay.
your
I'm
friend is
dead.
dying.
I'm dead.
Me too.
Oh no.
Alright, I think I know what we gotta do
thought we
there.
can do
Nothingness.
grapple.
No, we have to kick that thing in there, but yeah, if we can grapple. If we can get grappling now.
Can we get a grapple? Shall I try? See if we can. Oh, you're here.
Yeah,
You do it. Oh, sorry.
Gear. Yeah. Oh no, we can't get it yet. We need a required element undiscovered, so we probably gotta get it in that room. That sucks.
Right.
Alright, let's go get it.
Okay.
We don't go in that hallway next time.
Ambient temperature 92 degrees.
Where the
Where?
crack wall was.
Wait.
Don't go down in that
Where
hallway.
Where the blue was.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just be above it where that little onion was chilling. Where these things were hanging out. Oh, that's good. We don't
Right.
gotta fight that thing again.
Yeah.
Okay. Get my stamina. Because I got an idea.
Oh, okay.
I got an idea, see? What's up with this trying to hurt us shit? You, get out of here. Okay. Alright, chill here with this thing. Ready? Okay, ready? Move over a little bit, move. Go on the other side.
Oh.
You're good.
Yeah.
Get out of the way, get out of the way.
I'll have to go over there to get out
No,
the
no,
way.
no, just over here, just over here. Ready, move?
Yeah.
I'm gonna try to kick this down there. It didn't work. Alright. New plan. I'm going to that big bulb and see if there's any little bulbs. There are.
I did it. I did it.
What'd you do?
I got one of these things from here.
Oh yeah, that's what I was trying to do, but I didn't know that was right there.
Oh yeah.
I went to a further one.
Someone died.
Oh, that was us.
Who's it? Oh right. Okay.
One's over here too. Someone died. It's us.
Whoa. What is going on in here?
But when you do put the great move, come over here.
Yeah.
Come back up here. So when you find a dead body,
Oh yeah. Hang on.
stand above it, and you can put a gravestone above it, and you'll get all your elements that you had on you.
Oh.
13 deaths.
Oh yeah. Nice.
Mm-hmm. I don't know what these are.
What are they?
Where are you going, Moo? Where are you at?
I'm behind you.
The
I thought you were-
plasma's in the next room, but sonar suggests it's locked inside some sort of geode.
Oh my.
We have to go over there. We have to parkour onto those things.
And look, some of them are going up and down.
Oh, for frick's sake.
You see it? You see them?
Yeah, I can see him. And there's a creature over there.
Where? Oh, I see it. Yep.
Like, what is that box thing that's there? I saw one of them before. Like, what is that?
That right there. This. I guess we're going to it. Let's go. Yeah.
What is this?
That is
Your friend
a.
messed up.
Huh?
This is why I prefer you.
Ow.
Mission complete.
Yeah, it said retrieve loot. That's all it said. Okay, I'll go this way.
Oh my god.
Nothing happened for that.
We need one of those plants. Whoa, shit. What's that hitting me?
Just
One
like,
of those things again. Whoa, 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 whoa. Where is it?
Whoa. Whoa.
Are you there?
Oh, got
Yeah,
him.
we need we need one of them.
Where are you? Where are you? Over
To
there?
throw in here. To throw in here.
Hey,
Yeah.
your
Oh,
friend
I
is
died.
dying.
Me too. Gotcha. Okay.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank
Actually
you.
move. Actually move. Hold on. Never mind. Here. Actually,
Whoa,
come here.
whoa,
Come here.
whoa,
Move. Come here. Move.
Whoa, whoa.
Shoot.
I nearly died.
Here. Shoot me to death. All right. Pick me up. Good. I need help. All right. I'm gonna try to get one of them thingies and try to get over here. All right.
I'm wondering if you can throw it from that platform. Oh.
I don't think so. I think you gotta carry it over. Oh, but it expires fast. That's what it is. All right, so you gotta move fast with it. Okay, I get it. I can do it. I can do it. I think I can do it. Ready? Ready? I'm gonna kill
Yeah,
this
ready,
fucking
go,
thing.
go. Oh.
Killed that fucking thing. Okay. Ready?
Yeah, go.
I can probably shoot it from here.
Go, go.
Yeah, I got it. I
go.
did it. It's up there. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, good job.
Yeah. The music's nice and helpful.
Yeah.
Chamber of
Ooh,
Intrigue.
Chamber of
Oh
Intrigue.
yeah, this is definitely where we gotta be. If there's anywhere we gotta be, this is definitely it. Let's analyze. I bet this is the element for the grappling hook.
I hope so.
All right, I'm analyzing the sample and updating
Proton
the
tether.
Once you've got the other
Yep,
resources,
that's what we need.
you can create a grapple back at the javelin.
We need other resources.
Yeah, the basic resources that we regularly needed. Let's see what's. Well, maybe we can go this way. Let's see. It's going down, I think. Hurry up.
Nice.
Oh, yes, nice. Yeah, it should be easy. Well, that's where we started.
Yeah.
Yeah, good. Nice,
Yeah, we
nice.
did it.
Oh, look who's
We
here.
did it.
Hold on. Careful.
Oh, wait on.
You want to get him, Moo?
How
Sneak
do
up
we
behind
get
him.
him again?
Sneak up, crouch. When you get up there, crouch. You can be like right here. Crouch. Okay. Or not.
I got him?
Yep.
I did it.
Yeah. Let's go.
I was trying to crouch.
I was like, crouch. You're just like ignoring me. I'm like,
Yeah.
okay.
I like pressing X.
B. regular old crouch. All right, here we are.
Yay. Okay, please let me go. Thank you.
You can craft an upgrade if you wanna.
If you wanna.
Nice. Yeah. It's a noisy place.
Mini Mall Monkeys Micro Mills.
Yeah, there it is.
Grub.
I mean, we have more than
That's
enough.
food. Grub is food.
How do you eat it though?
Well, this is my whole thing.
Perfect for scaling sheer
It's
cliffs
food for like the
and
birds,
clambering into
maybe.
weird, arbitrarily floating
Find a
cubes.
path to the base of the tower.
Photographers can now plot a path from your location to the required upgrade ingredient. Go get it. Or don't. Your choice. But your compass has been updated.
Alright, we got grappling hooks.
No.
And literally trillions more.
What are you watching?
That's good flavor.
How do we eat? Oh no.
Oh, that's what you
That's
eat,
the
Grub.
food. Rob, that's the food. This is this stuff.
Yum.
This stuff. This stuff. Rob. But my thing is, how do I eat it? So I can't get any. It kept saying my inventory's full. So
Mine wasn't. I emptied mine out.
how do you empty it out?
I threw them when we were outside. Alright,
Well, but where is it in the thing? Like,
I'll show you when we get outside.
I don't know. Okay.
Go to the towering crystals. I think we're done by the other one.
Okay.
Ambient temperature 92 degrees. Biosigns nominal.
Out here when you have it in your hand. You just throw
Yeah.
it. It's like bait for the birds. It's like we can't eat it. It's like bait for the birds.
What can't we eat? The tins of stuff, the
The
cans.
grab, yeah. I mean, I tried. Oh.
Binding bile. Grapple seed. Grapple seed. So, how are we grappling?
I think that's where we could place one.
Oh, here.
But let's go find some
This
grappling
would be
things
a
right here.
great
Here's
time to
some.
whip out that
Look.
grapple tool.
Look. Yeah, look, I did it.
Where are you? Oh yeah.
Up here.
Yep. I think.
Pretty quick.
Mm-hmm. Where to from here? Over there. So you jump, and then grapple.
Oh my god. Whoa.
Over this way. Where's the next one? There it is. Where we go? Okay. Oh yeah, you do have to jump, huh? All right.
I'm detecting a nearby source of fuel that
Wow.
might help us with our
We
get
made
out
it.
of here eventually problem. If you can scan it and tag it, one of the cartographers
Yeah.
can lug it back to the ship for you.
We still need more of that, don't we?
We're near the main objective. Here, come here.
You found what looks like to be a fuel cell from somewhere inside the tower.
Yeah.
No idea how it got here exactly, but it's a perfect fuel source for the javelin. I'll dispatch a cartographer to extract it.
Okie dokie, you do that. You know? I don't know what any of that means.
There's more. Look at this green thing up there.
Oh, hold on.
Can you see it up in the sky?
Coming. Hold on. I'm putting a bunch of lollipops fell over all over the place. Oh yeah, look at that. What's all that then?
Nope.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I don't know what we do about that, you know.
Hmm.
Now it wants us to go up. I guess we
Up?
go this way. Oh, you know what? Look at these birds. Carbon. Nom nom nom.
Hmm.
Yeah, I think we go up this way. You coming, Moo?
I'm not quite sure where you are. I didn't see when you...
Oh, where are you? There you go, right there, up. Look straight up. You see the thingy?
Yeah, I can, but it's not
You jumped.
Yep,
There you go.
got it. Got it.
Mm-hmm. I've been forgetting to scan things. Let's see, anything fun? No.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
This is a carbon thingy. Okay, now where are we? Okay, this way.
Up top. You're coming up this way? Oh, wrong way. I went this way.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Oh, I'm not sure if this is
Probably,
the right
yeah.
way.
Probably, yeah.
Well, no, there's nowhere to go from here.
This way, Moon. Whoa, I'm too much, okay.
Oh,
yeah,
you
this
gotta
is
go
definitely-
in
This
there.
is definitely the right way.
Nice.
What is all
Whoa,
this?
what is this? Do we need to scan this?
Some kind of alien alloy.
Nature's little hoarder.
Investigate the nearby area for clues. Yeah, look
A
at
living loot vault to crack open.
that. Oh, yeah, okay. I
Says
see.
to crack it open.
I see. There's like little tendrils coming off of it. You gotta follow probably to like break whatever's at it. Yep, I see it. There's like a little yellow bulb at the end of them. There's one broken. Nope. I can't tell what way that one's going.
Up, but how do you get up there? Oh, here you go. I got it.
Okay.
Got it. There you go.
Yeah, there's one more, but I can't really tell where it goes.
Oh, probably this way, Jester.
Where'd you go?
Here, over here.
Oh yeah, I see it up there. Yep, you got it. Alien alloy. And I'm pretty sure that's the only reason we had to come up here.
Right.
Alright, let's head back, I guess.
Okay.
Is there another way? Let's see. Hold on. No. No, not really. Alright, ready? I'm going for it. Made it. You gotta run. You get a running start. Yeah.
Oh, there's something up there, a red thing way up there. Can you see it above the tree? Here?
Where? Hold on.
Can you see the? It's
Oh,
like a
yeah.
pink.
I see it. I'm sure we gotta go up maybe this way. Where you at, Moo? There you go. Let's see. Maybe over here. And then a little over here. Careful, careful, careful.
Throw a grapple seed at those
Ah,
barnacles.
okay.
You can do it.
So you see these things, Moo? You have any of these?
Throw a grapple seed at those barnacles.
Yeah, so
you can do it.
throw one of these at that thingy, at those bunch of fucking circle things. Yeah.
Throw a grapple seed at those barnacles. You can do it.
And then you can. Oh, you don't have to do it so many times.
Throw a grapple seed at those barnacles.
And what
you
you
can
can
do
is
it.
you go like that. You see? And you take another one, and you go over here.
I don't have any more. That's not.
I got it. I got some. Oh god. Oh god, I fell. Hold on. No. Come up here to this one.
Whoop.
No. No.
Okay.
Where you at, Moo? Where you at, Moo?
Here.
Yeah, so get to the first one and then come over here. Across.
Can't get up. Hang on.
You kind of just hang on it for a minute when you're there. And turn around. You'll see the one up here. Jump towards it and double jump and jump to the one towards me. See it? Yep. Yeah, you got it. Now just kind of jump up this side here. Yep. Okie dokie. We have any more of them grappling seeds? Yep, I do. Okay. Don't want to waste them, so. Spam jump, I think. Oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god.
Oh, down. Okay.
I'm down.
God.
Yeah. There's gotta be a better way. Okay, we gotta figure it out. Okay.
No, it's pushed me over the edge.
Spam jump to the right next time when you're up here. If you get up here again. Where are you? I see you down there. Okay.
Just keeps pushing me off. Oh, I'm nearly dead. I'm gonna die. No. Just, I don't know why, but it's pushing me like off. Holding it. Nah, see how it's pushing me off?
Yeah, there's like a bouncy pad there.
Yeah. You do it. It's pushing me off. I got full cross again. That's that round.
Yeah, somebody threw a bouncy pad on the wall.
Yeah, me, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-oh.
These birds got shields, man. Oh, thank God, Moo. I found a
Did you get
teleporter
it?
to activate. I activated a teleporter.
Oh, you did?
Yep.
Well, let me go to that.
Yeah, so if you die, you're good.
Cliffs of yeah,
That's
coming.
gotta be it.
Nice, that's better. Yay!
Now shoot me and revive
This
me. Oh, who? These birds got armor on them.
Yeah, they don't die.
I blew them up. These are new. What are these things? Oh, I can't even scan them. I scan. Pomegranate
What's this
plants.
thing here?
No. What?
This thing. Oh, it's a lava.
It's a what?
A lava
Lava bird?
waterfall.
Oh.
These are new.
Big Daddy, head honcho.
Oh, I had honcho, huh? The alpha.
Oh, there's things here. Parkour things. Uh-oh.
Oh. We need seeds. Oh shit! I didn't see it coming. Get off this one, get off that platform. Alright, yeah, shoot his little bulbs.
Hey,
Where, are you right, Moo?
dying.
Oh, yeah, okay.
No, I'm dead.
I saw you fall off. He shoots like lava things at the way he's facing.
Yep. Oh my god, I'm way back. Oh, but that's alright, because we've got that teleport.
Alright, I shoot all these bulbs have shot, whatever that means. Oh, he got more bulbs.
I'm surprised you couldn't get Joker to play this.
I know. He doesn't like parkour, and it wasn't up his alley. Oh god, I'm down.
Oh, hang on.
Boy, what a mess.
I have no idea why I can't kill that.
Goodbye, and thank you for your
Oh my
service.
god.
Your friend
Okay,
messed
that's
up.
bad.
This is why I prefer
I'm dead.
you.
I'm already down.
Walk it off.
I'm dead too, again. Come on back.
Yep, same. Takes forever to get out of that little chamber. My god.
No, that's annoying. Eh, let me out. And you have to listen to all that business.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah. Oh, it tells you which level. Okay. Has things to do.
Okay. Oh,
Ambient
I'm up
temperature
in the
92
sky.
degrees. Biosigns nominal.
What happened?
What do you mean?
I spawned in and got thrown into space.
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, screaming.
I have no idea.
Oh, now I'm stuck. Okay, this is Uh-oh, something's happened. I'm glitched into the elevator. Oh, no. I'll have to leave. Oh, hang on. It's gonna let me? Won't let me leave.
What is this? Oh. Nope.
I'm sort of like half glitched in the elevator.
What elevator?
You know, when you come out of, or whatever it is, the security thing.
Just remember you did
At the
your
base.
best. It wasn't very good,
Hold on.
but it was
back
your
there.
best. Are you injured or hurt?
Okay.
If you're only hurt, you can keep
Can you
exploring.
see me?
Yep.
I can't. I can only move there and there. That's it.
What can you do?
Meat scraps, fat, and gristle finding its way to your trash.
Do you want to kill me?
Waste.
I know you
I
can't
can't kill
here.
you.
The
Yeah.
toilet? Disgusting.
Yeah, for me, you're out here.
Smile on your face using your meat waste with Meat Buddy, the reconstituted
I can't move.
Just take your animal-based waste products, rotten flesh,
Here,
It's
we'll
like
just-
glitched in the...
Here, we'll just
choose the number and type of
we'll come back to the main menu and come back.
Oh yeah, nice.
Cooperative. Invite player.
Mhm.
Moo. If that is your real name.
Why do I know? Oh yeah. There we go.
Since we were both at the ship anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, all of a sudden it just wouldn't let me out the
There's a boss
cocoon
fight.
thing. Yeah.
He's like, I just gotta shoot his little bulbs that he has.
Mm.
He's like little yellow bulbs, and you shoot those, and you'll be good. You good, Moo? Yeah, you're good.
Yeah, I'm good on moving. We shoot the little yellow bulbs, did you say?
Yes.
And we're going to Meteor Crater or
Yep.
no?
The cliffs, the cliffs.
Temperature 92 degrees.
Cliff.
Biosigns nominal.
I'm dying. Right, are you over here, Moo? Yeah, you're over here.
Yep. I'm up here.
Yep. That's the alien minerals or whatever. Then we... Oh. That thing's not here anymore, so hold on.
I don't have any more of those. I should
Oh,
get
yeah,
more.
me neither. I gotta find out. I don't even know where you get them. Where do you get them? Where do you get them?
Whoa, whoa, they're explosions. Those dudes explode, FYI.
Where do you get grappling things from?
Can't remember.
What do the plants look like? Where did I get them from? Okay, there you go. I got them from some of the sacks hanging from the tree, it looks like. I got one. I'm heading up.
Okay. And I just found yellow stuff. Oh.
I guess those things in the tree are like a mixed bag, you know?
Yep. I'm coming.
Just don't move when you get up on the wall, on the one that is on the suction cup thingies. And then you won't. Oh god, I'm already up here. dodge it.
Your friend messed up.
Oh, I
This
just
is why I
died.
prefer you.
It's pretty hard, some of this. Oh. The elevator thing.
Oh man, I'm so bad right now. Okay, you gotta double jump over him. Okay, I can do that.
Double jump over the boss.
Yeah. The things he fires out.
Right.
Okay, this is new. What's this? It's like a fireball he shot that covered the whole platform, so that sucks.
Just remember you did your best.
So tier
It
2,
wasn't
he
very
starts
good,
doing
But
that.
it was your best. And we're back.
The hell was that?
Oh, I can see you. Do
I'm
I
dead.
get you or not?
I'm dead. I'm gone. That's my body. I'm coming back now.
Ambient temperature 81 degrees. Bio signs nominal.
I'm a-coming.
Okay. He's not even there at the moment.
That's weird. Oh, what the hell? Whose body's over here? Is that you? Is that you from before, Move?
Yeah.
Alright, I'm here. Oh god, here we go.
Okay, he's here now. He's here now.
Yep, shoot his little bulbs. And when he does that little thing, double jump over it. Or if it's too high, duck under it. That one was too high. I fucked up. Oh god.
Goodbye, and thank you for your service. Are you injured or hurt?
Alright.
If you're only hurt, you can keep exploring.
Okay. Just, I don't want to die. Oh yeah.
If you can stay alive, hopefully I can get there.
Ambient temperature 81 degrees. Bio signs nominal.
Oh, I'm down to 2 health.
I'm coming. I'm right here. I'm back.
Oh.
I shot his thingy.
Hey, your friend
Oh, I
is dying.
died. I was doing really good then.
That's fine. If you can get back here before he kills me,
Okay,
then we then we keep his health low. You know what I mean?
Yeah, okay. Alright, let me out the elevator, or whatever it is. Come on. Hurry up. Come on, let me out. Why do I keep dying? Jeez, it's so annoying. Okay. Which one's coming? Are you alive?
Yep. Just barely.
Getting my items.
Okay. Oh, gotta move. Okay. Are you here?
I'm here.
Okay, good. So just stay alive. That's all you gotta do. Duck. Some are high, some are low, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I know.
He's almost dead. Shoot him in the thingy. Shoot him in the
I
bulb.
did! I'm dead!
I know,
I died! I'm dead! I'm alive!
Get me up. Get me up.
Where are you?
Die,
I
giant
lifted you up and then I died.
Nice work.
Okay.
Press on for an adventurer.
Okay. Get out of the fire.
I'm gonna die.
Get out of the fire. Okay.
I'm out.
All right. So yeah, we killed a big boy.
Wow.
I killed him and then I lifted you up and then I went down and then.
Can you shoot me and revive me? Because I'm almost dead.
Your friend messed up. This is why I prefer
Oh,
you.
that's better. Thank
Right?
you.
It's so much better, ain't it?
So, did he have things we want, or?
I don't know. Maybe. Hold on. I don't really know. Oh, yeah, maybe. Hold on. Is that how this works?
Did we scan him?
Oh, yeah, let's scan him.
I love crustaceans.
I died!
Especially with butter.
Where am
and
I?
garlic.
How?
What the hell? I fell down.
You walked off the side, I guess.
God.
Yeah, I guess he only gives us something.
We made it.
Yep, scanning these. These are bricks again. No. I forgot I got this thing that I can stab animals with.
Which thing?
This thing in our tool bag. Yeah, you're holding it too.
We can stab animals? Oh
yeah,
yeah.
right bumper. Yeah.
Right bumper.
Yeah, or stab something with it.
Right bumper, I just twirl it.
Yeah, because there's nothing to stab here.
Liquid nearby. If you analyze it, we may be able to craft an upgrade to your
Oh,
gauntlet.
look at that thing.
Oh boy. Extract and analyze. We're gonna extract and analyze the shit out of this.
Great. Now that we've analyzed this worm goo, you can upgrade your gauntlet to handle objects of any
I
temperature.
opened the wall.
Now we'll be able to carry those bombs with us, I think.
We can?
Not yet, but soon when we go upgrade it.
Oh.
That's what that thing was about. I think. Oh, the teleporter up here, I think.
Across that
Oh, there's a thing
instantaneously
there, yeah,
dramatic
yeah.
bridge lies the entrance to the tower. I got no idea what to expect in there, but that's where we're headed. And not right now, obviously. We don't have the right stuff, but soon, assuming you stay alive.
Shut up, let me use the
Analyzing
teleporter.
the data that you have recovered, I can find no easy way to open the door from this
geez.
location.
Oh,
That
so.
said, I am detecting various connections to devices and systems high above
Oh my
your
god,
current
she won't
location.
shut up.
I am adjusting your compass to
Oh, no.
reflect this new information.
Oh god.
Oh. We're teleporting. Where are we going?
I don't know. I was just trying to go back to the ship.
Huh? Where are we?
I must commend you on your steady progress, but also ask
I
that
don't
you
know.
report back
The
to the
itching
chaplain
fields.
at your earliest
Somewhere.
convenience for a very special surprise. It will only take
Okay,
a
I'm
moment.
taking damage.
Oh. Okay, so this is a whole different level, Moo. Interesting. But here, I'm gonna go back. We're gonna go back to the ship real quick.
Acid.
Come
Is
on,
the
where are you?
corpse creation and
Don't go too far.
Acid.
you will be
Don't go
able
too
to
far,
hold
Moo.
on
Come
to
on,
it
come
for
back up
long
here.
without an upgrade.
No. How do
Though,
I get up there?
If you gather some data, Kindred might approve one.
Over this way. Let's go back to the ship real quick. And upgrade so we can carry those things. So now there's two, like, I don't know what you'd call them. Worlds. Levels.
Remember the surprise I mentioned? The surprise is paper. You can craft an upgrade if you wanna.
Alright. Items. Let's be able to carry bombs. That'd be good, right?
Yeah, that'd be good.
Upgrade synthesized.
Visor, I don't really care about right now. Backpack, nothing really worth upgrading. Gear, nothing really worth upgrading. Items. What's this down here? Blight bombs. That's fun. Oh, we don't have those yet. You want I can add fast reload now. We got plenty of resources for it.
Oh, nice.
Ka-ching!
Sounds good to me.
Mm-hmm. And everything else we got unlocked pretty much. Except for the visor thing, which I don't really give a shit about.
Yep.
Oh, I guess that's pretty handy to carry 5 objects, but we haven't been really using objects, and we don't have enough silicone anyway. Fuck it, never mind.
Well, we still don't know how to eat.
That's true, we don't know how to heal.
Wipe away your worries with Gorilla Wipes emotional disinfectant smart tissues.
How do we heal?
I have no idea.
Like, is there... like, grab... You would think grab is how you do it. But how do you eat it? I don't know. I really have no idea. Anyway, where you at? Back to where we just were.
We're
The
going
itch-
back there? Oh, okay.
The itching fields.
The itching field.
To the planetary... flotsam?
Ambient temperature 112 degrees. Biosigns nominal.
Okay.
Is this another planet? Like, are we... Where are we?
I have no idea. I scanned this, but I don't know. Oh, thank you.
That's bad.
Whoa,
Ow!
whoa, whoa,
Ow.
whoa, 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 whoa.
Okay. Where does it want us to go?
Grab. I just grabbed this. I don't know what it does. Let's see.
It wants us to go up there. Also, this is a thingy.
Oh, that's... Oh.
What's wrong with you? What's going on? Okay.
You can pick one of these green things here. And
Oh,
throw it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I saw an upgrade about these. Jesus Christ!
Oh my god! What happened?
It's-
Sorry, my bad. I threw a thingy bobby.
It explodes so
I
much.
didn't realize. I hit the wrong trigger.
Alright, we gotta figure out a way up there somehow.
Up there, in that little shelf thing there.
Yeah. Up that way. That's where the thing is. That's where the next marker
Who's
is.
that flying in the air? Who's that?
Where?
Like a creature or something.
No.
Oh, I just shot it.
Oh, okay. Well, damn.
Oh, we got to go this way.
Here we go. That's the only way I see to go right here. This way.
Whoa, whoa, whoa! Oh my god.
The only way I see to go is this way.
This?
I
We
don't
need
even
to
know
scan that.
what that is. Yeah, what the fuck?
Whoa! I died.
I am detecting
I fell off.
elements of an ancient
As soon as I
transmission from within
scan,
the tower that
it's going to put
seems
me
to
back
be
up. I
localized within
scan and
these
I hit the
tablets.
toggle instead.
My initial assessment is
Like a
it is
nutcase.
some kind of video codec. If you could find more of these, I will continue to decode and store them.
Okay, we gotta find more of those
This
things.
new
It sounds like.
information is fascinating. I am cross-referencing it with our database of alien languages and attempting translation. I have also added a new folder to your desktop on the Javelin's computer. You can check out the results there at your leisure.
Alright, where'd you go, Move?
Unsuccessful parkour. Don't go that way.
How do we get up there? Oh, I think we go this way. Here, hold on. Come on. Give me your carbon. Give me your carbon. How do we eat this stuff?
Okay, I'm eating something as I'm grabbing it now.
How do you eat it?
No, I'm not. Oh no, I just took it, allowed me to take it, but I don't know. I did. That's the wrong way. Oh, sorry.
I have no
How do
idea.
we eat it? There's parkour things all the way around here.
Yep, I'm coming up here. You coming? Come here, Moo.
I'm just getting those things. This way? Where are you?
I'm shooting.
I can't see you.
The other way, Moo. To your right a little bit. You see me shooting? To your right. There you go.
Nope.
This is where it was telling us to go. This is that shelf that I was saying.
Yeah. Festering chasm.
This is where it wants us to go. Ooh, this is neat. Oh, this is a lot going on.
Wow.
Okay, hold on. Nope. I thought maybe if we threw it underground, we could eat it off the floor or something. Alright, so where we gotta go? Over there. Let's go over there. Right? Why not? Might as well go the fun way, right?
A mushroom hopping.
Yeah. I don't know which way you went, but yeah.
Oh, the wrong way, probably.
I don't think there's a wrong way,
There's
but let's try to get to the yellow arrow.
There's a orb thing here.
An orb thing.
A teleporter.
Touch it. Activate it.
Ooh, a temporal fissure. I've always wanted to see one of these.
I'm getting hurted. I really wish I knew how to heal. Oh god. Where are you,
Whoa,
Moo?
whoa, whoa, whoa. Okay, these things are killing me.
Yep, same. I don't think that's a teleporter, Moo.
It's not. It says activate teleporter.
Oh, can I do it then?
Your
Oh,
friend
no, I
messed
died.
up. This is why I prefer you.
Oh, they're eating me.
I'm dead up here too almost, so I'm just gonna...
It is a teleporter, but they don't want anyone to have it.
Oh god,
Just remember
an
you did
eye
your best.
creature killed me.
It wasn't very good,
No.
but it was your best. It's your 10-time death anniversary.
It is a teleporter,
Just
but
so
they don't want
your
you to have
brain
it.
may start to
Yeah.
slightly explode around death
As
number
soon
50.
as I went there, they
Something
started
to look
attacking.
forward to.
As soon as I pressed the button. Pine tree flotsam.
Planetary flux.
Ambient temperature
Alright, where's my
112
loot?
degrees. Biosigns nominal.
Alright, so we went this way. Up and in there, right?
No.
This way, and then this way.
Whoa!
I don't know how you could have died already.
Because I was following you. Got out of sync. Oh no! Oh, okay, what's going on?
I'll wait for you over here.
I think it might be a bit of lag. I'm thinking.
Maybe.
Yeah, I'm not
I'll
sure.
wait for you over here. Wherever you
It's
are.
doing it again.
What's doing what again?
Where A doesn't work. It's alright. I'll
Oh
try
yeah,
again.
yeah.
I made it. Thank you.
And then up here. And then we're in Mushroom Village. Come this way, move this time. Actually, yeah, come this way this time.
Nope.
We'll do whatever that is next time.
Too late!
How?
A's not working.
Okay. I'm coming down with you.
Oh my god, I'm in with all the crazy. Can you hear him?
Yep, I'm with you.
I probably need to die. Could you kill me and revive me?
Yep.
He's coming up
Hey,
here.
your friend is dying.
Thank you. Yeah, this thing, Jester.
Okay. Here,
You
kill
want
and
to get that?
Here, kill and revive me, dude. So we're both full health.
Where are you?
Right behind you.
I can't see you.
Right here.
Oh, there you are. Yeah.
A little more, yep. There you go. I wasn't all the way dead, but yep. Alright, let's go.
Is that better?
Alright, what did you touch? This thing?
These dudes. Here they come. Watch.
I wasn't loaded. Oh god, what the fuck? Oh my god, he's like atomic.
Oh, I told you.
Alright, well let them come, because we'll just revive each other.
Okay, it's not. Whoa.
I just don't know where you
Whoa.
are right now. There you are.
Octopus.
The purple octopus. I'm down. Can you get me up?
Coming.
Thank you. Hate this gun. Fast reload my ass.
Get all these things.
Octopus are
Where'd
down.
they go? Oh, they're down?
Yep.
Oh, nice, you did it. Oh, no. Whoa.
Oh, we got one of these things. I didn't realize till now. One of these roly-poly guys.
Hey. Oh, my God.
Jesus Christ. Oh my god. Yes, to miss. Okay. I can't catch him. He's moving too fast. He's all over the place.
No, way too far.
Oh, how did we miss? What is this thing flying around?
Oh,
I killed it. Whatever it was.
oh, nice.
Watch out. Alright, he's gonna be dumb for a second. Oh no, he wasn't dumb. He wasn't dumb long enough.
There's two. No?
I don't think so. I think he's just maybe better than the others. Because he's not. Oh god, I'm gonna go down, Mook. Revive me in a sec. Where are you? Okay. Here, kill me, Moon. Revive me. Hurry up.
Oh, fuck.
Oh, he's chilling. Hold on. Never mind.
Hey, your friend
I'm
is
down.
dying.
I got you. Okay.
Got air points.
Alright, he missed. He's dumb. Oh, he's not dumb. Oh, he's like a better one or some shit.
Yeah.
You're
Alright.
still alive.
We got him.
Teleporter
Woo!
seems to have stabilized.
Jesus, here, kill me, Moo.
Where are you?
Right here, next to you. And also, yeah, get the teleporter. But kill me also. Ugh. What is it?
Is that something that opens? Yeah.
I don't know, man. There's always this beeping thing over here. Secret nearby, it says. I don't know what the fuck that means. What the hell?
Oh, you're over there?
I'm not doing anything crazy. I'm just looking. Oh, yeah, move.
I'm here. here.
I'm gonna head to the next thing, I guess.
Oh. With you? Oh god.
There's things flying around.
Yeah. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, what's in here? Under
Well,
here,
this is
Jester. Look, look,
gross.
look, look.
But following
Oh, yeah.
the logic of this
Yeah.
world so far, if you could figure out what's
Oh.
poisoning this tree and stop it, you might get a prize.
Figure out what's poisoning this tree. It's this alien
Yeah,
thing.
it's poisoning.
All right, how do we open this one? It's, I think it.
Oh, you can lift these off.
What?
These walnut things. Look, 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 look.
Yeah, what does that do?
I don't know, but you can grapple them. And then, like,
Okay,
stuff comes out of the ground.
something's
Maybe
happening
we
here.
need to plug them up. Like, stop the poison.
Okay. Okay, how do we put him back in then? I can't put it back in.
You do it. I'll do this other one.
Okay. Or maybe you stand right next to it and pull it towards it. Hold on.
Oh, it keeps spitting past.
Okay, there we go.
There we go, I've done one.
Yep, same. Okay, so where else we got here?
Got one here. Oh no, we're missing one.
We gotta get one here. So there's
We've
smoke
got
coming out of it. Maybe there's one that there's not smoke coming out of.
No, we've got two that we need. Oh, do you reckon? I'm thinking we're missing them.
Okay,
You might be
yeah.
right.
I got it.
You got it?
Yeah.
So this one doesn't have smoke?
Nope. Boom. I think. Right? No more green?
No, there's green here. I'll just...
Yeah, see if there's not smoke coming out. If there's not green smoke coming out of it, then yeah. Move it. Yeah, move it over here. Oh, yep. Oh. Get out of the way, move. Yep, it's falling.
There you go. We do it?
Any more green smoke? We gotta check. Hold on. Oh, see any green smoke?
I don't think so.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, that's it.
I don't
So
see
do you talk to this thing again? Or...
I don't know. I ain't talked to it before.
Oh. Thought you were talking to it.
Yeah, no, it just started yapping at me. All right, let's try.
Stop the noise.
Let's try to go above. How do we get in here?
Over here.
Like, what the fuck? I'm not sure I get it.
How does this? Oh, no.
I feel like we
yeah?
stopped all the poison, I feel like.
There's a grapple thing up there. Whoa, what is that thing up in the sky? A fish. Oh.
I don't know.
Oh, this way, this way, this way, this way.
Ooh, what's this move?
What is
Doesn't
it?
take more than that can-do attitude to
Up,
climb
up
that
and
wall.
away.
The cartographers identified an unstable liquid gas nearby. If
Ow.
you want to upgrade your jetpack, I'd go find some.
What the hell? Something just licked me. Ow! What the? Oh my god! All the way over there?
There's the fish again. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Okay, he's full on. What's that thing there? What's that thing hanging up over the back of that Jester? Oh yeah, look, there's a thing there. Whoa, 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 whoa. There you go.
What's that about?
Right. Where do we go from here? Oh my god, parkour. Right. Yes, no. That's far away. Oh, I
There, where are
Oh.
you? Keep button mashing it. That's what I did.
but where to from here? Like- No, 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 no.
There we go.
What's this hole in here? Is that where the tree comes from? Oh, that's the tree.
Yeah.
Um,
Okay. Omu,
what?
where are you?
Up here
Where?
on the
Where?
first. Yeah,
Here, come
behind
where?
the tree. Where are you? You're 91 meters away.
Yeah, I'm not far.
Okay, coming. Yep, lost you.
Nice. I found something. The up and away thing was right behind the thing. Look. Wherever you are.
I can't. Actually, like 40 meters. You're up there. Oh right, how'd you get up there?
I just walked around. Right here, move. Move. Move, here. Hello.
Your friend messed up.
I don't.
This is why I prefer you.
I shot you.
Oh.
Come on.
Oh yeah.
Look, right behind it.
Oh. What's that? What
Oh.
is it?
I think we got an upgrade, I think. Or maybe we can upgrade the jetpack or something. I don't know.
Alright.
I think that's what that was, right? Now I don't know where to go. Alright, I'm gonna head
Well,
toward.
that's where I wa-
I'm gonna head
go
towards the
ahead.
diamond. I'm gonna head towards the diamond, I guess.
Okay.
The main mission. I gotta stop hitting these guys.
Yeah, they'll get you. He's chasing you, watch out. Here's one of these.
What? Oh. Alright. Up. Up. Up and away, move. I don't know where though. Oh. Music just stopped. Oh, here we go. Mushrooms. I got it. Okay. Where are you at? There you go. Ah, what the fuck? Now where? Oh. Charmian silicone.
This is just parkour, I think.
I think so. Oh, you think on these little guys? No.
No, you can't.
I can't see through your smoke. Over here. Yep, we're getting somewhere. I'm not sure where. But somewhere. Hold on, I can't see through your smoke again. Up this way? No. Why would we come up here? For what? This way?
Oh, this way.
Where?
This way. There's a thing that you can parkour to. Oh yeah. Yep.
I see.
And then shoot. Oh.
The mushrooms.
There's one up here just to our right, a platform.
Where? What, the tree?
No, there's a hole in the rock over here to the right. I don't know how you get to it.
I'm still going this way. Oh wow, what's up here? Come over here, Moo. Some kind of blue stuff.
Where are you?
Oh no, that's nothing special, never mind.
You're up there.
Nothing special.
No. Okay, that was better. Okay.
Stupid fucking spinning things.
There's definitely a cave up there.
Ah,
Shelf up there.
It's those stupid fucking... Ow! Tongue birds.
Oh.
I'm respawning.
Goodbye, and thank you for your
Yeah,
service.
it's up here.
Stupid tongue birds.
I wrote you a
What have we got
poem.
up there?
Do you want to hear it? Spaceman.
Oh,
Spaceman. Why do you keep dying?
hang on a minute.
Spaceman. Do you like it? Poetry's not my strong suit.
Is that a... What is that thing? Oh, that's another one. You know how we had to kill that...
Ambient temperature, 112 degrees, biosigns,
Kill
nominal.
that root thing before? Like the tentacles of it?
Yeah.
It looks like it's one of them again. Oh, this is funny thing. Flashing and it's shiny.
I have no idea.
But that is definitely a cave entrance up there. Oh, I don't know. Oh, we have to get up there. Are you getting in trouble?
Mm-hmm.
Looks like a plant that's anchored itself to the environment. You could use your grapple
Yeah.
here.
Okay.
What is shooting that?
Oh, maybe I can.
This utility crate is the property
Right.
of Kindred Technologies. If found, please return at your earliest.
Let's see, where you at, Moise?
I am.
Up above?
Yeah.
Yeah, I see ya. Hold on.
Know where the big purple mushrooms are?
Yep.
I'm sort of
Get up there, hold on.
there. And I half feel that we need to be way up top to go up above that platform to reach that cave. There's a cave that I'm looking at, which is quite high. So how do we get up there? Get up that rock.
I'm trying to find you. Hold on.
Where- Oh, okay, hang on. That was a bad idea.
Yep, I fucked up.
Where are you? And I can show you. You coming up?
I'm trying to. I fell over.
Yeah, I can see. We need to.
Where'd you go
We
now?
need to.
Below
Let
me.
me
Oh, there you
up. Let me up. It's not gonna let me up. We need to get up. Come on.
I don't know where you're trying to get to.
Oh yeah. Well, I'll see where these purple mushrooms are. Can you see that bridge, that rock bridge above them? We need to get on this rock bridge, this one closest to me. And
Where are you?
to do that,
Are you talking about the one all the way up there?
yep.
Oh, you gotta come this way where I'm going. Nope. Yeah. Yeah, 100%. You gotta keep following the mushrooms the way I was going.
Oh, you're 54?
And I am. I'm already up here.
Oh. What way do I go?
Just follow the mushrooms the way we went. Hold on, let's see.
Alright. Oh, back this parkour up that way?
Yeah. Nope. And that'll get you
I
up
can't get
here.
up.
And that'll get you up here. And that'll get you up here.
No, but we need to be higher. Can you see the blue, like, tube-looking thing that's sparkling? Below, just below that is a cave. Can't see where you are.
Oh shit. I didn't realize those fell. Okay.
I'm
Okay,
not
hold
quite
on.
sure how you've got up there.
You just follow the
Because
mushrooms.
I've gone on, but I've done the mushrooms and it still didn't get me up there.
Where are you? Are you coming?
I'm not sure where you are. You're 82. I can see where you are, but I can't get
up
up
the
there.
parkour things. You don't just not directly to me. Hold on. Up the things where we came up the hooks before. Remember? How you got up on top of the tree before?
Yeah.
That way. Over there. There. Yeah, I'll get down there.
Alright, I've got it.
Over that way. Yep. So follow those mushrooms and all that. And how we got up here. But follow them all the way up.
How did we get to that one? Oh, that's right. Oh, for
Your friend messed
I
up.
died.
This is why I prefer you.
You'll get it. But yeah, follow them all the way up.
Yeah.
And you'll come across this big chain of mushrooms, which I'm on right now.
Yep.
And the ones with no bottoms fall. So just a heads up. Ooh, okay.
Yeah, because across that bridge is a cave, and I'm assuming we need to. Where are we going? Festering Chasm, yeah?
Uh-huh.
Oh, you're over there.
Yeah, I just kept following the
it's
mushrooms
not.
all the way up.
That wasn't where I was thinking, but yeah.
Oh, mother.
Yay, I made it.
Oh, did you? Where are you? Oh, yeah.
I'm up. The
Yep,
next
I think it's
level.
up this way, I think. Where you're trying to get.
Where is
I think.
Oh no, I need to get up there. Hey, don't kill me, I just got up here. What the hell? Okay, I'm gonna die. They're killing me.
Oh, don't do that.
Yeah.
What's hurting me?
Okay, so I'm up here, but I need to get up there. Get up there. I went the wrong way, did I?
I don't think so.
Get up there. No?
The music got crazy. No, you're gonna kill me. Oh, they got me. Bunch of tongue things. Just run in and pick me up, move if you can, if you're here. I'm on the ground. Oh, never mind. I'm gonna respawn in a second.
Goodbye, and thank you for your
All good.
service.
Get there. Like, I don't even know how to get up. I need to get up on these
Welcome
bridges.
back.
We need to get up there, but how do we get there?
Hold on, I'll get up there. Now that I gotta climb again.
And these rocks are slidey. No. Okay.
Yeah, right. I was having some of that too.
Temperature 81 degrees. Biosigns nominal.
Okay, that's bad. Okay, well, whatever that is, that's bad too.
Okay.
Gotta level up.
Nice. All right, I'm coming.
Oh god, that looks like somewhere we should go to, but like, how do we get up there?
If utility crate in the property of England.
Up on... I am not going out to get that level up that's out on that mushroom. No way. And you don't even need to go the mushroom. What, sliding. What the hell? that's not the platform. Oh, maybe you jump on there and jump across. Yeah. Maybe. Okay.
I don't know, to be honest.
Oh, okay. What? How do you get across there? Oh, but see, there's those blue things. I don't think we need to get on top of that. Those vein things, I think, are the parkour.
Hmm?
If you're close enough. See those, the blue, like, they look like the root things, but they're blue and they've
Yeah,
got
they're
like
like...
a bulbous at each end.
Yeah, they're like electric or something I keep seeing.
Yeah, I think they're the parkour because they run close to that cave as well.
Yeah, we don't have that ability, whatever it is.
Oh, we don't? Okay.
Not yet, anyway.
Right, okay. Well, I just... Even if I get across to where that bridge is, like, I don't think I can get up, like, 'cause it's just too... There's nowhere to climb up. I don't think.
Oh my god, Moo, I think I got the... I think I might have the level up on the mushroom almost.
Really?
Look at me, you see me over here? I'm underneath it. Right underneath it.
You're 395 meters away from me.
You see me shooting?
Yeah, I can see something.
Yep, I'm right underneath it. It's got a little more. I got it. I'm up here.
You got it?
Yeah, look, you see me? You see me?
No.
I'm at the level up that's all the way out in the mushrooms. The one that you said you wouldn't go to?
Oh, yeah. Gotcha.
Yeah, you see me?
Yep, see ya. Are we thinking that's a parkour to this bridge, or...?
Oh, I don't know. Let's see. I don't think so. I don't think this is gonna... From where I am, I don't think it's gonna help anything.
No.
Maybe over there.
I went to the second bridge further around, and that's no good either. Maybe it's around the other side, like...
Okay, I'm back.
Did you make it?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm gonna try to see where these go. Okay. Oh my god, this is crazy. Yeah, this is definitely how you get up there, Moo.
It is?
There's something going on this way. The mushrooms go all the way around, but I think you need that electric boogaloo thing.
Yeah.
I missed, okay.
Oh, goddamn.
Alright.
Oh, you're there.
Yeah, let's kill these things at least. Tongue monsters. Fuck, oh Christ, I'm already fucking dead.
Yeah. Oh, whoa.
They're real, there's a lot of them.
Whoa.
Get me up, move again, hurry up. We're over here. Yes, okay, good.
I'm nearly dead.
I'll keep an eye on you in case you go down. I'll get you up.
No worries. These things are so annoying. I'm gonna die. I died.
I got you.
Died.
You're up.
Thank you. No. Oh, no. Another one in the sky over there. Yeah, he's gone.
What
God, the music's so loud.
Alright, okay. We need to blow this thingy up. Oh, look, I got one. Nice. We can carry those things now.
Oh, can we?
Yeah.
Oh, maybe this is the way in.
Alright, 2. Oh, there's the alien, whatchamacallit? Alien alloy.
No.
It's the only reason to come up here.
No.
Let's see, what's this?
Progress, 4 out of 32.
Why did it want us to come up here? To go here? To go here? No, this is stupid.
No. Not helping. What's in the cave?
Oh, nothing that way. Okay. You see a cave?
Nothing in the cave. There's nothing in here.
Yeah, there's mushrooms that go up and around this whole thing. There's mushrooms that go up and around the whole outside of this thing. It's crazy. I'm gonna try to see if I can get up there.
I probably could have done with you killing me and reviving me. Because I'm nearly dead.
Oh, where are you? Where?
Hey, your friend is dying.
Thank
Here you
you.
go. You're actually, never mind. I'm like half dead. I'm alright.
Oh, you want me to do it?
Yeah, why not? Just fill up my health. Yep, okay, good enough, thank you.
Okay, I've already lost my health.
I'm climbing up these mushrooms, here I go.
I'm following you this time.
The ones without bottoms fall, so be careful.
Okay, yep, okay, got that.
Oh, fuck, I almost freaking out there. Oh no.
No!
This sucks right here where I'm at right now. It's like 4 of them straight. Too many. Oh, I fell. Can I get back up? Is there like a shortcut? Because there's like, what's this guy right here? Yeah, there's like a shortcut. Where you at, Moo? Where you at?
I did.
Oh,
I'm dead, and I'm coming back.
I see you.
I got like, I don't know, 8 or 9 mushrooms in. I'm pretty good, but...
There's
yeah,
a
what way?
there's a shortcut on one of them halfway through.
Yeah.
It has one of them grappling hooks, but I can't tell. I don't know how to tell you to get there. This one has a grappling hook too, all the way over here, but I don't know how to tell you to get here either.
Alright.
How do I tell you to get here? Let's see. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I guess you gotta take the mushrooms the right way. That sucks. And then if you fall halfway, there's like grappling hooks to get back to some of the ones midway through. But you can't get them from the bottom, it looks like. I'll just check in. No. Okay. Hopefully there's like a teleporter up here or something.
Photographers, no rush or anything, but they're
Oh, fuck.
definitely programmed to feel pain and fear.
Okay. That didn't work.
You'll get it. You'll get it, Moo. If not, I'll get the teleporter. If there's one up here. There's definitely got to be one up here. Because, like, I think this is exactly where you're trying. Oh, my God. What the fuck? It's like a big-ass tower. This is definitely where you're trying to get to, Moo. God. I'm just trying to see where you are. Oh, you're pretty close. You're pretty close. No.
Oh fuck! Now where? Okay. Ooh.
Oh, you're really close, Moo. You're really close. Yeah, nice.
I did it!
Yeah, you
Yay.
did. Yeah, you did. Holy shit.
Hallelujah!
Those
I
fucking things.
just don't. Hopefully, I don't die. Can you kill me so I've got more health?
Yep, yep,
Please.
yep.
Thank you.
Your friend messed up. This is why
Oh,
I prefer
thank you.
you.
This thing got a lot. This thing got a lot of things floating around. Oh yeah, look at it. Look at it.
Oh, the butterflies.
What is this? Nope. Okay.
Looks like there's another shrine nearby.
Nice.
Oh.
I'm more interested in a teleporter after all that parkour.
Yeah. In here, maybe?
Yeah, it looks like it.
Up the top, maybe? Up here?
We got a mean octopus out there.
Oh yeah, here. Found it.
Hold on, there's a mean octopus out there. Got him.
There.
Alright, we're here.
It's open.
Where are you?
Do you see where I am, where it is?
Oh, where are you? I'm over here, Moo. There's an
I'm at
artifact
the
here.
teleporter.
Oh.
Alright, I can't see where you are.
Um,
I just activated the teleport.
yeah, activate the teleporter
Come
and then yeah, come over here. We got a new element. Then you can show me where the teleporter is so we can go back and use it.
Yep. Whoa, what is that? Okay, something's gonna kill us. Yep, gotcha. Yep,
Yeah, here we are. Ready?
made it. Whoa.
The crystallite contents of this shrine was shattered into pieces.
Uh-oh.
If you use your scanner, you should be able to trace its missing parts. Go on, adventurer.
Oh, great.
There are still more pieces to collect. Use your scanner. You know you want to. Do it. Do it now.
Right, fine.
Or I'll say this again using exactly the same
There you
words and
go.
exactly the same tone of voice.
Whoa.
Whoa.
Oh.
This may be the
okay.
first ever chronicled example of alien art.
Okay, okay. This is interesting. Do you see it, Moo, or no?
No, what? What am I
Go into
seeing?
your scanner.
Oh, yeah.
I gotta scan that tree with butterflies. There we go.
Hey! Those leaves aren't leaves at all. These aren't weeds.
There it is.
You got it?
Good start. I need more samples.
I looked at it and it went, yeah, and it disappeared.
Mm.
Alright, so that's one. Alright, let's go find the second one. Okay.
Hey! I'm getting killed by a fire thing. Watch out. Oh! Oh!
Okay.
Oh, it's like a bee or something.
Great.
I got
Now
that
we
one.
Oh,
know-
I got him.
I mean,
Oh my
still
god, look, I
nothing,
got him.
basically. But we know the relative size and shape of the nothing.
Okay, we almost got it.
There's another one.
2 out of 3.
Oh. Two out of three.
Yep, I got 2 out of 3 of the pieces. Oh, I'm back.
You on the last one?
Here, can you kill me real quick? I got like no health. Thank you. That's handy, huh?
Me too.
You want me? You want to die?
One. Yes, please.
Your friend messed up. This is why I
There you
prefer
go.
you.
Now it's this way. Move, Alpha Bird. Okay, we're almost there. Maybe. Squids!
They just attacked me.
It's strange how they don't attack me when I'm in scanning mode.
They don't?
Yeah, it's weird. I came out of it, they attacked me right away.
It's all these stones, I think.
What a sap. No, actually, you'll need acid to dissolve them.
acid.
We need those plants. There you go. Oh, whoops.
Oh, they go. They turn into creatures.
Oh, crap.
I died. I'm dying.
Hey, your
I'm
friend is
dead.
dying.
I'm coming. I'm right here. Gotcha.
Thank you.
I'm about to go down too, I think.
Are you
Here we go.
alive? Where are you?
Here's the
Oh,
piece.
Not all we need.
Okay, we got all the
Let's go back to
pieces.
the shrine and assemble all the
Oh.
pieces together.
Interesting. There's a bunch of those under the tree, remember?
God, I'm dying.
Back to the shrine, back to the shrine. Where the hell is the shrine?
I think it's this way, but I could be wrong.
Oh, yep, you're right. What's this thing? I just shot like a big old fucking hive. Maybe I might have killed everything, like all the flying things.
Yeah, like the bee things. Yeah,
There,
I think
just like
they
new.
like bee things.
Now let's collect the sample.
Okay, good. There it goes. Boom. It reformed.
Nice.
Extract that shish. Nice. We put it together just to have it
Look at that.
crumble apart again. Alright, where's this teleporter you found?
Oh, this way.
Actually, hold on. I'm coming, Moo.
There
Oh no,
it is,
this isn't.
serving as lunch.
What? I thought you said you found a teleporter and activated it and everything.
No, it's the other way.
Oh,
I did it this way. Somewhere.
that music got intense.
Here. Here. I took the wrong turn.
Holy moly, that music got intense.
There you go.
Alright, let's get back to the ship. See what we can upgrade.
You can craft an upgrade if you wanna.
There you go.
Meat scraps, fat, and gristle finding its way to your trash? What a waste!
What a waste! Ooh, advanced tether. Press left bumper when in range of... Oh, these are the ones we're looking for, the grinding ones, Moo.
Yeah.
Yeah. That one.
Upgrade complete.
That's what we were looking for. It said, this is what it says, upgrade your proton tether to allow hooking up onto rails and magnetically grind them.
Oh, right, okay. Oh, okay. That's what they are, rails. Okay.
Yep. And we have enough for the visor now, but again, we haven't really been using that, so... I really don't want to waste resources on that.
I'm surprised, yeah, that Joker doesn't like this, because... Oh,
The parkour. He hates parkour games.
Yeah. Why doesn't he like parkour, do you think?
He gets frustrated at having to
Can't
do things.
immediately success.
Yeah, over and over and over again. He gets mad at it, but that's how you have to do parkour games. You have to fail at it and keep doing it.
Yeah.
Hold X and A to charge up and activate. Interesting. We haven't discovered that. What element did we discover then? Oh,
I have to laugh when what's her name came in today, Kiki. She's like bought the game and expecting to get in.
Oh yeah,
It's
well,
like
no,
straight
I mean,
in on the stream. I'm like, what?
I was like, well, I mean, no, we all knew we were gonna play. What the fuck? What the hell?
Yeah,
Look in here.
I thought the same.
Look in here. I think somebody died or something. Look, there's like a screen in here and like a glove.
That's new. Hang on, that's my thing. Oh no, it's not.
No. Wait a minute.
That's me. I'm dead.
Moves like my bed
And I
is
don't
gone.
know it.
Alrighty, let's see what else we got now. Then I guess we got the rail tether now.
Oh, hang on. Did I go to the wrong place?
Ambient
Went to
temperature,
the
112 degrees,
yeah, you're
vital
right one.
signs,
Oh
nominal.
yeah, we're good.
Lost
Following
cartographer.
you.
Oh, we're not that far.
Are
Okay.
we still staying in this place or going to the new place?
We're going to whatever this thing said to go to. 80 something meters that way. How do we get over there? Where is it? It's up top? Oh, let me see. How do we get up there? I have no idea. I'm just walking around, Moo. You know? How the fuck do we get up there?
Whoa! Oh my god.
What happened to you?
I'm down in the waterfall.
Are you down? No, you're not. You're right.
No, well.
Here, Moo. Here. Okay, hold on. Oh god. I'm down in the waterfall.
Oh no, I'm coming.
No, I'm just gonna
Hang
respawn. I'm dead.
Just remember you did your best.
Oh, are you? I'm
It
down
wasn't
here
very
now.
good.
Oh.
I was gonna
But
leave
it
you.
was
I was
your
gonna
best.
put a grappling flower on the wall, but
Oh,
What's this place
was
down
nothing
here we haven't
miss.
been to?
well, I don't know. Let me out of my fucking door already. Goddamn, I gotta do that animation every time.
Bad thoughts? Wipe 'em.
That animation is annoying every time.
Yeah.
Ambient temperature
I'm in a
112
like
degrees,
a
vital
cave
signs
thing. Whoa,
nominal.
whoa! And things are killing me.
Hey, your friend
Okay,
is
I'm dead.
dying.
But that's a cave that's got stuff in it.
Where? Down there?
Yeah. It's the whole cave thing with stuff down there.
I guess we'll go down here. Look it. There's got to be a way back up, right?
Why is let me? Oh. Coming.
I'm coming down step by step.
Step by step. Where are you? 50 meters.
I'm down below.
Are you going down too?
I'm going down these waterfalls. Yep.
Yeah, good idea. Can you go down the waterfalls and not die?
You get hurt a little bit.
Ooh.
But not enough that it bothers you, you know?
Yeah.
Oh god, these fucking things.
Oh, here's some rock stuff.
Watch out for them eyeball tongue guys.
Oh, there's some kind of tower thing down here with creatures. I don't know what it is. They look like... Okay, they explode.
Why are these things so mad at me? I'm still trying to get down. Where do you see a tower of creatures?
Well, there's a whole thing.
Oh yeah, there's a whole obelisk down here.
Potion, yeah. Whoa, I could die. Yes, I'm gonna die. Where are you far from here now? I'm at 1. Oh, I can see you. You're right here. Could you kill me and revive me?
Where are you? Are you by me?
Please?
Oh god.
Your friend messed up. This is why I prefer you.
Alright, I'm trying to take these guys out from afar.
So there's a bunch of these. There's one here and they're on the other side as well.
Yeah, but what do you do with them? They don't seem to do anything.
I don't know, yeah, they don't. But we need to get this thing. Have we worked out how to fast charge this?
Oh, I got a thing here. We got a wall here. No, we got the bombs.
Oh, I still can't use the charge thing.
Yeah, that's not how it don't work. Oh, Jesus.
Nice.
Oh, what the fuck?
Oh, what the... That's a whole parkour, that.
How do we fuck with these things? We still haven't learned that. Alright, well never mind that then I guess. What are these?
We'll obviously have to come back to them at some stage.
I think.
Unless these things... These things, if you... throw them at it, does that work?
I don't know. Try it.
Oh no. Well, it seems strange that they're here.
Yeah, try it. Oh, I found a level up thingy.
Oh, 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 oh. No.
I think. Why does this one look different?
A level up thingy?
Yeah, like the jelly things we eat to level up. Over here, look. By me. Down here.
These obelisk things are parkour.
What do you mean they're parkour?
Coming. You can LB to them. Oh yeah. Watch. Watch. Just watch. Oh no, it's not them. Sorry, it's there.
Yeah, there's something behind it. Yeah, what are these obelisks?
See, there's some over this way as well.
Where are the rest of the obelisks? You say you saw other obelisks?
Over here. They're all everywhere here. See, there's more monsters here. Oh, there's a food thing in here. Okay. We just need to kill him. You got him?
He kills himself. He's one of them kamikazes.
Got him.
This one looks nasty. The other one on the wall is nasty too.
You're not gonna eat it?
I ate the last one. There you go.
There you go. Oh, here's one of these dudes. He's gone.
What? Yeah, what the fuck are these obelisks?
Hmm.
There's no interact with them at all. Oh, what the fuck? What's going on? What happened?
What's that? Something's shooting us from...
Yeah, you can't really interact with it in any way, so I don't really know.
Okay, so this is the way out again. Oh, there's more stuff here. There's more fruit stuff up there. Just to here.
Mm-hmm. I guess grab it. I'm gonna try to throw a caustic thing at this thing.
A waterfall thing.
Interesting.
Oh, I'm stuck.
Alright, that's an odd... Damn it. I don't understand. Yeah, why are these down here if we can't...
I don't
They
know.
don't do anything.
I've been right around on the top surface now.
What are these? Nope, does nothing. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe it's not. It's below our. It's below above our pay grade or something. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either.
That makes sense.
Just got yellow stuff.
Alright, where we gotta go? Where's this mission telling us to go? Up here? Up this way?
Oh, this creature here.
Oh, there's another one of them scanning things. Also, what's up with this tree here? What the fuck? Hold hard outside, rewarding inside. Now that's interesting. No.
Will work.
What's the rewarding inside?
Can't get anything.
Nope. Don't know. What the fuck? Okay, yeah, how do we get over this guy? Oh, okay, hold on. Remember, be creepy on him. I think he hyper focuses on movement. Uh-oh, I think he saw you.
Get him. Oh, he did.
Yep.
Oh, I fell. God damn. Oh, I'm back.
Fuck, you saw me. Crap.
There's no prompt.
He's attacking right now, that's why. You can only do it while he's in like scanning mode.
Okay. Okay.
I mean, there's no like good way to get to him apparently. It's like everything's far.
Yeah.
Slapped him in the eye.
You got him?
No. We have to wait till he chills out, but he's not. He's not taking a chill pill yet.
No.
I'm dead finally. Oh, there's a level up thing down here.
Just remember you did your best. It wasn't very good, but it was your best.
Okay.
Walk it off.
What's a level up? Oh, yeah.
Let me get out of. Stop with this hour-long animation.
I'm so nearly dead. I should wait
Ambient
for you.
temperature 81 degrees.
Yeah, I'm back. I just got back.
I'm in the grass hiding.
I forget where we gotta go. Oh my god, where are we? Where are you, Moo? How do we get over there?
I'm hiding. Grass.
Oh, this way. Okay, I see.
I need you to kill me so I can have full health.
Oh my god. I'm like stuck behind a rock. Alright, next.
Whereabouts are you? Hello?
There we go.
Oh, you're there?
Yep.
Alright.
I forgot we had to go all the way down that chasm or whatever.
Yep.
And then up and
So
out.
I'm still here.
I'm
Are you coming back this way? Yeah,
Yep.
that's alright. I was just checking.
Come here. And the music's crazy. Alright.
I'm come back to the first one.
Hold on, I'm coming.
So you can kill me.
Yep.
Thank you.
Hey, your friend is dying.
Thank you.
Here, kill me real quick. I'm pretty low. Thank you.
The grass I've discovered.
It hides you?
Yep.
So me shooting it out was dumb. Oh crap. He saw you.
Oh, shit.
Or no, he saw me. Oh god, I don't know how. Alright, I'm gone. Okay, now he saw
Okay,
you.
so I've got to wait till he stops doing that. Is that right?
Yeah.
Bastard. Back. Do you want to kill me again? Just so
Yeah,
I've
sure.
got more health, thank you.
Your friend messed up. This is why I prefer you.
Alright, here, hold on. Let me get as far as I can around him. And
Yep,
then
no worries.
and then I'll try to get behind him and then try to get across, you know?
Alright. Okay, yeah. Cool.
Am I crouching? No, I'm not crouched, okay.
Yeah, you're crouching.
Well, he saw me already. Oh, what the hell? Where am I down here? Oh, interesting. There was a level up thing down here I saw when I died. Oh, interesting. Okay, there's a whole lot going on down here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I found this thing.
Oh, for goodness sake.
Here, Moo, look, we're here.
Yeah. What's this thing? Ooh. level up?
You could have it. I ate the last one. I just had one.
Okay. Oh.
Nice. Alright. So now he's all not paying attention again. All this for the alien alloy he got.
Yeah.
Alright. Where you at, Moo? Are you out there already?
Delson, yep.
Alright, yeah. In that case, you go. Okay, you're doing pretty good. Don't move. Okay, hold on. No. Hold on. Oh, no. He caught you.
Okay, sliding off.
Alright, he didn't know about me, so he's good. What? Why is he still mad?
Oh, shit, I'm here. He's after me.
No, he still sees you. He don't like you being here.
Whoa, shit! Okay.
I think here's a good spot, actually. Oh, crap. Hold on, I'm gonna watch his pattern. Me, there. Alright, I'm gonna go for it, right?
It just goes clockwise.
Ah, that was too far.
Yeah. Ah.
Trying to like get out of his sight, but like
He hasn't targeted on me yet, so I'm waiting for him to go I'm right near him.
oh, he got me. He knocked me off.
Oh no, he got me. I'm not dead, but I'm nearly dead. He had a big explosion. Like, I wish I knew what we can eat to make our health go. Like,
Yeah, me too. bet it is the grab. I just don't know how to do it. Maybe we gotta throw it at each other.
No, no idea.
All right, we gotta give him a break. Let him turn off.
Oh, shit.
Oh god. Here, come back to the start move. He's not gonna give up on you.
Hey, your friend is dying.
I was just sitting there. Oh, then he came.
What's he firing at now?
What?
You again? How?
I don't know.
Did you get up? How'd you get up?
No, I didn't get up. I'm dead. But even when I was dead, like
Yeah.
I died and he still kept firing.
Alright, I'm gonna try my
Okay,
damn
let me out of here with this bloody woman. Woman.
Oh,
and
yeah,
her
yeah.
information.
Babbling.
Gee, I'm way back. I can't even remember where we need to go.
You have to go around like the water, into the water and across. It's weird.
Into the water.
Yeah, around to the right. It's hard to explain. No, you gotta go down the thing. Down the thing. Remember?
Oh yeah, that's right.
My bad. I forgot. Yeah, down the thing and all the way through.
Down the waterfalls.
Yeah. And down to the obelisks that are down there.
Yeah, that's right. Ooh, let me out. I can't go that
I'm
way.
almost there. I'm almost there. I almost got him.
Oh, nice. Oh my
He
god.
got suspicious.
Your friend messed
I
up.
died.
This is why I prefer you.
I can't even.
I got him.
Oh, nice.
I almost didn't get him, but I got him. You'll see it in the stream. Oh.
Yeah, I saw. Good.
Alright, so the alien alloy should be open down here now. Yep. Okay. And that's the whole reason we even had to be here. So let's get out of here.
So is there a thing to open there, or?
Yeah, the alloy I got underneath them. There's so many of these fish. Now, like, do I have to climb up the whole entire waterfall now? I think I do. No, wait, 100-something meters that way. Hold on.
Your friend messed
I
up.
died again.
This is why I prefer you.
That's a dangerous cave.
Oh, it's all the way the fuck up there? Oh, okay. Yeah, it's all the way back up. How do I get back up?
Technologies is found. Please return at your earliest convenience to Earth.
Ow, what the fuck? Oh, you things again. music is too intense for nothing going on. Oh my god, Moo.
Yeah, what?
I think I figured out how to heal.
Oh God, what?
Those orange flowers that spit out those like orange jelly beans.
Yeah.
I think it's those.
Oh, really?
I just smacked one and I had 2 health and now I have like 4. Oh, get out of here.
Gonna try one. Yes.
Wow, this whole time.
Yes. So you're coming up the waterfall. I don't need to go down there.
Yeah, I'm trying to come up the waterfall, yeah.
Oh, infested husks I've discovered. Whoa, 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 whoa.
Alright,
Okay.
Mary's throwing that a little too high.
Hit those. Yeah, you get your health back straight away. What the?
This whole time.
What is getting me? Oh, these things. The beehive. Did you say you destroyed the beehive?
Yeah. I
How
destroyed
did
the
you
beehive.
destroy?
Alright, now I don't know how to get out of here now. I need another thingy, but I don't have one.
What?
Whatchamacallit? Grapple flowers.
Oh, grapple flowers.
Yeah, I need one like here. Or something. I don't know where actually. Over there. Or over there.
Do you remember how you killed the beehive?
I just shot it in the middle.
Right, gotcha.
If you could help me get out of this waterfall, it'd be great.
You want me to help you?
Yes, please.
I'm not quite sure how to do it, so what? I'll come into the water.
Come over to me, yeah.
I
I need a grapple flower put on either that one or that side. One of these.
A grapple flower. What does that look like?
That's those the three little spiky things sticking out.
Oh, what do they look like on the ground? Like
I don't know.
get
Do you
some-
have any in your pocket? You might have some in your pocket.
No, I have some pink-looking poo, binding glue or something,
No.
and I have the grapple thing. That's all. So what do they look like? Oh, there's things on the ground, but I don't know what they are. No, not them.
I think they're
you
in the
remember what they look
hanging. I think they're in the hanging bags. I think.
Hanging bag.
Yeah, those hanging bags of like goo.
Oh, those things. Went in an area that really was trees and stuff.
There's no real way out of here.
Alright, hang on.
Maybe I'll look. Maybe I'll look down here. Maybe I'll see if I can find any. Yep. Those things are health, all right. Oh wait, I might have. What is this?
Yeah. I'm looking.
I found a box.
Oh god, an octopus thing. What the hell? Just
I found a gelatinous cube, actually. I think.
right.
The lobby
Yeah.
part seems impervious to damage, but there's definitely something trapped inside.
See any of the? I know the things you're talking about.
What?
I've had to come all the other side for the grapple thing, but I can't.
Yeah, I know. I don't know where they're at.
Man, I'm going in areas we haven't been. Trying to look for them. What's this thing? Oh yeah, that's one of those plants.
I found the gelatinous cube, but I don't know how to open it.
Okay, that's bad.
What?
Oh, hang on. Octopussies are getting me everywhere. No, no. No, no. I'm trying to play the gesture. Look at all this. Quick, heal. Yes, 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 heal. Whoa, what is that thing? Okay, that's a bad idea. There's none of them there. Waterfall? It's a different waterfall. Where are they?
I'm looking too down here now. There's gotta
Yeah,
be.
I'm searching
Oh,
everywhere.
I found a baggie. Okay, found a bag.
You did?
Yeah. Just need one. Just need one. Got one. I got one.
You got one?
Yeah. Let's get back up there. I got two now. But yeah, those bags are handy to shoot down every now and then.
Yeah, I'll see. I can see one down there. Put up.
I'm coming up. I'm coming up.
I can see two put up.
I just need to put one over here somewhere.
Probably here.
Uh-oh. Are you shitting me? Where am I now?
You're over that side.
There's another baggie. I got another one. I got three of them now. Yeah, what the? Oh my god, there's so many of these fucking things down here.
This thing.
Okay, I'm just gonna put this one right here.
Oh, this is definitely something.
Alright, we're good. I'm here. Finally. I'm going back to the ship with my alloys.
Oh, this is a whole parkour thing here.
You can craft an upgrade, if you wanna.
Okay. All right, let's get this upgrade then, at least for now.
Upgrade complete.
Have another one? No.
There's some kind of emblem thing on the ground and it's got blue flames coming out of it.
What?
There's some kind of blue, some kind of relic round hidden behind this structure And it's flat on the ground.
Where are you? Back where we left?
Yeah. But it's got all blue flames coming out of it.
Ambient temperature 81
Hold on, I'm
degrees.
coming.
Biosigns nominal.
So that's one area into that cave. You come this way.
Where? Oh.
Oop.
Where are you?
Oh, here.
Oh, okay, yep.
Yep.
Oh, what? What is this?
I don't know.
Where was it? You said this is one. You saw another one?
No, there's this one, and then there's this cave here, which... Because it keeps saying a secret, and I'm like, okay. And there's this. And then this has got, like, all parkour to go up.
Yeah, it
They
does.
like the smaller things.
See these bags? There we go.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's do that. Let's get some thingies. What the hell is that?
And it's the bee thing. Keep killing the hive, but they keep coming back.
Okay. Okay. I'm gonna go up here instead. I'm gonna go over here. Alright, I'm all the way up. You coming up, Luke? Oh, yep, you're up here.
Yep.
Oh, look, the hive is right there. Look, see it?
Oh, yeah.
Now it's dead.
No.
Okay, hold on. You want me to go first? See what's over there?
Parkour.
See if it's even worth going. Oh, got a miss.
I never make it, and I made it. What the hell?
Oh, okay, there we go.
I missed.
Yeah, no, you gotta go up the wall on this one.
I don't know that that's the right way.
Yeah, no. I see it's up on the. Gotta go up on the wall.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Okay, well that completely missed apparently. Okay. I'm up here.
Where are we going to? Oh, yeah.
I think this way. Yep. Alien alloy. Oh my god, look at this. I think we can slide down the tree. Oh my god.
Shouldn't we go up? Because there's more stuff there.
Is there more up?
Oh, what the hell? There is.
Oh yeah, look at that. Okay, yep, I'm up here. Did you fall?
It's alright. I got it.
Okay.
Oh, I died.
The ones with orange stuff on their head, you gotta.
I'm stuck. I'm stuck.
The ones with the
It's
orange
so
stuff on their
glitched.
head, you have to throw the corrosive
Yeah.
stuff on them,
Yeah,
and it melts it off their head.
I've glitched.
Oh no. I can't do anything right now for you. Hold on.
No, that's alright. I'm stuck on like the wall where one of your anchors are. For whatever reason, it doesn't move.
All that was up here was another level up thingy.
Yeah, that's alright.
Let's see, anything else up here? Let me see. Well, if I find you, I can kill you.
Yeah.
Or let me see.
On the wall, I think, somewhere.
Oh my. Oh my. No. What the hell?
Yeah, I'm over that edge.
You mean over this edge?
I might die. I can hear the heartbeat, so...
Yeah,
you know how we... Nice. Oh, and now it's regenerated my health. Now I'm permanently stuck here.
Hold on.
Regen the health.
Oh god.
I'm just stuck.
Oh, okay. Alright, I guess I'll go this way. Nope, I guess I won't. Okay.
Nope. Can you see me on the way down?
No. Oh god, I can't grab the thingy. Oh. Oh. What did I land on?
I'm completely stuck.
Oh. Okay, I'm trying to get this stupid
Yeah, I'm just
grappling thing, but it won't. I got it. Okay. Okay, let's see where you are. Move.
I'm just, my hands are flailing like, you know, I'm falling, but
Yeah.
I'm stuck.
And you're on one of the thingies on the way up, it said?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like, you know how you did the wall?
I see it, yeah.
Like, when we got it? You see? Yeah. Yeah, I'm watching it stream. I don't know that I can get out.
You're laying there dead to me.
Oh, am I?
Yeah, hold on. Can I grab onto it? Or no? Oh, nope, I guess I can't. Oh, God. Okay.
Yeah, I'm like stuck in the wall. For me. Like not dead, just stuck. I've got like full health.
Nope, you're dead.
Nah, it shows me it's full health, full stamina. Yeah, I could see you shooting me, but...
Stop falling, stop falling.
Yeah. I can see that, you're not grabbing on. Could be because I'm there. I'd say.
I'm out of them. Alright, I'm gonna go back to the ship so I can drop off the alloys and stuff that I got.
Yeah, sure.
And then I'll restart.
No, you're good.
What's up with this bug?
Is it killing me? Kill me, bug.
No, it was just stuck on the thing down there.
No, my health and stamina are just staying like they're full.
Oh, I
Even
died.
with you shooting me. Oh. But my bar doesn't show that.
I died.
Goodbye.
Oh, you're
and
dying.
Thank you for your
Yeah,
service.
because I'm full health. That's annoying. Oh, I'll be back. I'll just go to the bathroom.
Hello. Welcome back.
I gotta get my alloys before I. How did we get this way? What did we do?
Ambient temperature 81 degrees. Biosigns nominal.
That's true. I can just go wherever Moo is. Ah, yes, we went up here.
No.
Wait, what? My shit's over here? Yeah, I got it. Okay, where's the teleporter? Drop off the alloy. Alright. Gotta wait for Moo to come back.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello, sorry. Where to go to the...
There you go. Invite. Send.
thank you, thank you. Oh. Okay. This is a good game.
It is.
I like it.
I think the sequel has like crafting and shit. I'm not sure.
Right.
Like this doesn't have much crafting. It's just you find shit, but
Right. Yeah, I like it.
alright.
Meat scraps, fat, and gristle finding its way to your trash? What a waste! Or even worse.
Alright. Let's find. What? I have stuff here?
Toss in the hopper. Choose the number and type of appendages, and in just 4 short...
That doesn't even make any sense. Oh, over here.
Oh.
Nah,
Okay, where am I?
I'm not worried about it. Up and away.
Well, now we know health. That's good. And
Yep.
we're going to fungi.
Yep, let's follow the main storyline, and
Ambient temperature 92
we'll worry
degrees.
about
Vital
loot
signs
boxes
nominal.
and stuff that we missed next time we come back.
Yeah.
That way we get to the... I figure we follow it when we get to the next major checkpoint.
Sounds good to me.
Okay, where do we got? This way. 80 something meters this way only. Why does it feel like this feels easy all of a sudden? Oops.
Whoa.
It feels like we're just walking through shit now. What's happening?
No, I don't know.
Oh,
He's
we got something to fight here. I don't think we fought something like this before. Oh god. Shoot his balls. You know what I mean.
No, you may.
Christ. And there's orange plants everywhere now that I know how to heal. Yay! I got one of his balls off. Oh yeah, knowing how to heal is wonderful now, huh?
Yeah, it makes a big difference. Got him.
Nice. Uh oh, we got more, I think.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Yeah, there's more coming. There's at least 2, I see.
Oh.
You know when they stop. I think it kind of almost auto locks when you use the left trigger. I wasn't using left trigger before, but it kind of auto locks.
The left trigger?
Yeah, when you're aiming.
Yep.
I want to see if I can get like a sample from these guys. Nope. Alright, this one's down. I got one of his balls off of you.
Yeah.
When he comes at you, just side B on him.
Yep.
When he comes dashing at you, side B, you know. Got him.
No.
Cool. Now go fix my stuff.
A lot of silicon he dropped. Oh my god, give me these health jelly beans. Oh. Give me some of these sacks over here of goodies that we never use. Alright, let's see. What we got here? Oh, it's right here, something. No, right here. The thing we're looking for.
Yeah.
It's right here. I'm kicking it.
Oh. Oh.
I found another source of alien alloy. Marking it on your compass.
Oh, okay. 30 something. Oh. Yep, I got one. Back up. Okay. Okay, that was an alien alloy. This is
He's a thingy bobby.
yeah, thingy bobber.
One of those. Lost, you know, the plants.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
The alloy. You got it?
Yeah, got it.
Good. That means you gotta make it back to we gotta go back to the ship.
Oh, okay.
That way you drop it off.
Okay.
That's what I was saying when I was coming back down. Like, I mean, I have to survive.
Oh shit. Okay.
Because you have to bring the alloy back. How do we get back here?
Right.
Where's the teleporter? We're not far from the teleporter though, so.
Yeah.
Here's the teleporter. Oh, through here, right? Yeah, we came through here. We only fought this stupid thing here.
Yeah, it has to be through here.
Where is it?
This side, I think.
I'm trying to get an aerial view. Find it?
Yeah. Yeah. Come back.
Yep, you drop it off, and then you're good.
Hey, where do I put it?
No, you're good. You just arrive. When you arrive, it
Oh,
automatically.
that's it?
Yep.
Oh, nice. There you go. There you go. Well, that was good.
Actually, where do we gotta go?
Well, there's nothing in the world I would like more than to launch this craft back to Earth so you could rejoin your loved ones, should you have any. This remains impossible until you find a suitable fuel source on the planet.
Yeah, we don't know what. What's happening? Why can't like what a we don't have a main mission.
We don't.
No. We have the go back and pick up other
Let's
stuff.
go up and away. Launch most track.
I'm gonna
Locate and
go
extract
through
required
here.
samples.
I'm going through the cave behind the monster that we just fought and see if there's anything. Oh, that's where we just were. That's where
Well, there's a whole bunch of stuff that we haven't done that we need to track.
yeah, we got a loot box and up and away, right?
Yeah. So how do we know if it's completed, but... Like, there's global science experiments. Experiments completed 0 out of 4. Scan 25% of Kindex. Reward, unlock more upgrades. Experiment, live samples. Puffer birds, babushka.
This used to be a verdant forest, before those mushrooms gentrified the place.
Get out the live sample tool. Do we have that?
Yeah,
Sneak
that's
up and get the samples.
that's the thing that that looks like a little probe.
Oh, right, okay.
I've gotten a few
We
of
haven't done that.
I've got a few of
right.
them.
Nuke it. Kill 4 creatures with a single alpha puffer bird detonation.
That's funny.
Safety first. Fall 50 meters and save yourself with jump thrusters.
Oh.
Like, how do we know if we've finished these?
I guess they'd be
That
just
doesn't
complete.
say. Yeah, it doesn't say. Experiment, flight risk. Kill 5 ground creatures while they are airborne. 0 out of 5.
Let's see.
Survey planet, we've done 46%. Alien edible. Harvest all the orange goos. We've done 17 out of 100.
Oh yeah.
Metallurgist. Recover all alien alloys. We've done 7 out of 32. Architecture, 7 out of 20.
What's fucked up is it's not telling us to go anywhere right now.
Well, I think because what you've got to do is you've got to track them. So, for example, if we wanted to do for, let's say, experiment, no.
Oh, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying.
Nuke it, you track it. Mission tracked.
We gotta get that one, I think.
Yeah. For example, you know, you just track
Yeah.
them, I
Okay.
think.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah, I think.
Let's go find up and away.
Oh, you want to do one? Okay, yep.
Yeah, that's the primary mission.
Okay.
It's in the second zone.
Planetary flotsam?
Yeah.
Okay.
And also
Yeah, I think we've missed some stuff.
there's also a loot box down here I gotta get. Oh yeah, that's right. These fucking things.
Yeah, we're in the friggin' parkour pain in the ass place.
Oh, we didn't have the grappling hook back then.
True, we didn't. Whoa! What is he?
Oh wow, he's dead. Yep, we didn't have this. We didn't have this when we came last time.
No.
What is this?
Yeah, so there's a bunch of things we've missed.
Oh, it's a new.
Oh, this is the... There's one of these in the other area too, one of these caves,
Yeah.
where the mushrooms were.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
No.
Oh no! What the hell?
Alright, we
What
gotta
the
go that
hell?
way.
What the hell? Okay.
I'm gonna jump for it. There's a lot going on out here.
Yeah.
Getting a weird energy signature from a nearby floating island. Might want to check it out.
Come over here,
Well, I
you
mean, this...
big purple bitch. Ow. Alright, we need a caustic thing to melt these.
Yeah, we need,
There we go, there's
acid.
some.
You found some?
Yep.
Bullseye!
No,
Oh, it's empty.
thank you.
They had a refill. Oh my god, so good to know how to heal. Is it full yet? Yes, okay. Okay. I'll get the middle one here.
Oh, there's a cave down here. Oh, is that where they live?
Okay, nothing in there.
Okay, this is a bad idea. Where's my... Okay. Oh, there it is. What the...
I'm melting these big old things. Oh, I found a health thingy.
Oh, no. I'm killing octopus, or whatever that.
Nice.
And there's another one of these globs here. Okay, but the green thing is up there.
Alright, so what's up with this thing?
Oh, there's a bunch.
So why did I melt this? It's like an oil rig.
Okay, that doesn't work. Okay, can't parkour there. It's a bad idea. There's more that you need to melt here. Another one of those gun-looking things or whatever it is. But I'm not quite sure how you get to the green thing. The plant. The acid plant.
I see.
Ooh. Like, how do you get across to that? Oh, there you are. See? So if you...
Over here?
Can you see here? Yeah, like here. There's the green plants over there. Oh! Where'd you go? What's in 99? Oh, shit.
Alright, I got one. I'm going.
Nice. Do you need more than one, or...?
Yeah, you gotta be fast. Because they dissolve or whatever quick.
Yep.
Yeah.
Is that all up there, or is there more? Is there more up there?
There's more, yeah, there's three.
Nice shooting, Tex.
trying to be quick. I got the oil rig thingy with it.
Oh no, it went. That's not good.
Oh yeah, they go quick.
Yeah, that went really quick.
Fuck it, I got a plant. Ah. Got stuck behind those things.
Ugh.
Running. Oh, I got this stupid bird that. God damn it, the bird is in the way. Wow.
Oh, I made that. There's another one here.
I'm gonna go for the far one. Damn. Nope.
Perfect. The shrine should now be active or useful.
Oh, they're
or
working. They're
whatever.
working. They're
Go
working. I
extract
could
the MacGuffin
die.
juice.
Why am I dying?
What's working?
There's one over here that I just cleared the thing on.
Oh, I see.
Hang on.
Oh, what the hell?
Oh!
There you go.
There you are.
And then you got Angry Octopus.
Nice.
Okay.
Now where do we go?
80 meters over here. Slapping things, okay.
Oh, you're back there?
Yeah, I'm trying, it says over there. 36, something, 12, it's like right here. Oh shit, whatever this is, okay. Here, we found a shrine. And it must have pumped up all the oil.
Are you up there?
I'm right here.
Can't see where you are.
I'm right next to you, wherever you are.
Oh yeah, gotcha. Yeah, gotcha. Ah, there you
Extract this stuff and go back.
go. Nice.
All right. The 3D printer can now print your boost upgrade.
There you go.
Boost upgrade, nice.
There is a plant here. Can you see that with the things on it?
Where? What?
Over here. Like, I wonder if you can get in there.
Oh yeah, definitely. We need the birds. Where the birdies at? Now look, this is where the grab comes in handy. You got any grab on you?
No, just goob stuff.
Okay.
I've only got this stuff.
Ready. Not far, not too far, rather. Okay. You guys slap some birds over there.
How do you slap him? How do you slap him?
X.
X. Okay. Oh, we're gonna kick him at that thing.
Yep. They gotta respawn. Probably out of one of these caves. Oh, here you go. Look, another one. You respawned right here. Look.
No.
Close. Close.
Did you get him? Oh.
No. And usually they die when you hit them, so that sucks. We and the bee over here. And they're attracted to Grob, so. Nope. If we had Grob, it would be easier. Come on, you dumb birds, respawn. Oh, I heard one. Yep, okay. Come on. Come on, come on, come on. Maybe. Yeah, I got it.
Yeah, you got it.
Nice. All right. Where we gotta go now? Let's see. How do we get out of here?
I'm not sure.
Here's a shrine.
Yeah, parkour here. Parkour.
Oh, I see it. Yep, we gotta swing. Well, that's fun. Heal on here.
Yep.
Grab this silicon. Okay. We near the teleporter? What's this?
I'm not sure.
I found something.
I feel what?
I found something.
Oh, there's an orange thing above you.
Okay. How do we get up there? There's a blue thing
Well,
even
there's
higher up.
parkour there. There's parkour there. Yeah, I can see it.
Where?
There. See up there?
Where are you, Moo?
Here. Next to you. Turn
Okay.
around.
Yep, I see you.
Okay.
How do we get up there?
Yep.
Nice, nice. Wait a minute, duh. How about one of these? Right? That actually kind of makes sense. Up, up, and away. Or maybe we need the upgrade first.
Maybe.
Hold on. That's probably what it is. We need the upgrade first.
No.
Alright, how do we get out of here?
No.
Yeah, maybe. This way.
Okay, I went that way. Okay. Now where the hell was the teleporter? Oh, I see it. It's down in the middle there. Okay. Oh, I just jumped down and fucking almost died. Okay. Actually, it's the way we gotta go anyway, so come on.
Yeah.
No.
Whoop, whoop,
Oh,
whoop,
it's
whoop,
the
whoop.
main mission is leading us to the teleporter. Nice.
You can craft an upgrade if you wanna.
You're damn right. I want to craft an upgrade.
There we go.
The grab and go superlicious mega morphological boot.
What is the upgrade? Up, up, and away. Hold X and A to charge and release and activate.
Crap! Now you can jump high enough to hurt yourself when you land. Every rose has its lethal fall damage.
Okay. We have every upgrade possible that we can get. Okay.
John Donuts, Salisbury steak, pasta paisana, buffalo banana wings, horse biscuit.
No. Oh, we're going again? Where are we going to?
I
Oh,
think...
fungi.
Ambient temperature 112 degrees.
Fungi
Biosigns
or
nominal.
festering or planet?
Investigate the tower. Yeah, the fungi. I don't know. What is this one? Hold on. The third one.
Oh. Oh, I'm at the wrong one then. The third one.
Festering chasm.
Chasm. Okay. Yep.
Okay, where are we now? I want to get to the next area at least. Which is, I think, coming up.
The cartographers can now plot a path from your location to the required upgrade ingredient. Go get it. Or don't. Your choice. But your compass has been updated.
I hate you things.
Here's more of this stuff. This tree has got poison coming up through it again.
Oh, weird. Okay. Where are you?
Remember how we put the tree?
Yeah.
The
coming
walnuts
down.
have moved.
Ow, there's poison hitting me. Yeah, now we remember. Now we know how to melt these things. So maybe we gotta melt those too. You see any caustic bombs anywhere?
Yeah, I have some. Watch out.
Well,
Oh no, they're not caustic
no.
bombs.
No, yeah. There's nothing in here we can't.
Caustic bombs. Let's have a look. What are caustic bombs?
The acid bombs. The stuff that-
Yeah, I can see some. I can see some.
You see some? They bring them in here and melt
Yeah.
these thingies.
Yeah, I'll have to go get them. They're at the other side.
I'm gonna cover the holes I can with these things.
Okay, I'm getting attacked. Okay, that's not good. Do these last long? No, I've got to run quick.
Yeah,
Is that right?
if they're far,
Oh my
then yeah.
god, I'm far away. I'm far away. It's not working. They're too far away.
Then yeah, I wouldn't worry about it.
Too far away. Okay, they're too far away. So where are we going now?
I'm covering up these holes right now, real quick. Eventually, we'll be able to carry those bombs, but right now, not yet.
Yeah.
So maybe when we're able to carry them, we can bring them here and get this undone. What were we here for? What were we here for? What were we here for?
You were blocking up the
I did that
dunes,
already,
which
yeah.
is done. You've already done it.
Yep.
And we're not close enough, like we should really get rid of these. But I can't see.
Yeah, I'm gonna go to the main objective, I think. Wherever that is.
Yeah.
Gotta get out here. And come up and around. Oh yeah, it's this way. Up, up, and away. Ah, okay, yeah. Run around and collect those elements. Just shooting fish out of the sky.
Oh,
Alright, anyway. Oh, look at that. How did we miss that?
oh, I don't think that was a very good one.
Come on up, Moo. Over here. No, over here, Moo.
Why? I was going to get up this way.
You can't go up that way. You only come this way.
There's a hook that
You
way.
have to stand down here. You have to stand down underneath, and you have to hold X and A.
Oh.
Hold it for a long time. Hold X and A.
Yep.
Hold them.
I am.
You're jumping. I see you. I'm watching you.
No, I'm pressing X.
Not pressing them.
A.
Hold them both at the same time.
I am.
Okay, let go of them.
That's X and A together.
This is what happens when you do X and A.
X and A.
Yeah. Hold them at the same time.
Yep, am do. That's me holding them at the same time.
That's weird. What the fuck?
Yeah.
Alright, I'm gonna try to find the next checkpoint then or something.
Yeah. Weird. Oh, here's a bit of resource anyway that we didn't have.
What is over here? I see you hiding.
Well, I wonder why I don't have that ability.
You probably do. It's just like, I don't know why it won't work. I'm gonna try to find a checkpoint.
Got it. Okay, something's happening, but I'm not rising up.
You have to hold it and then let it go.
Got it. Okay.
And it'll shoot you up. Did it work?
Yep, did it.
Well, I found some grub. Oh, I think I'm here. Okay. Are you good, Moo?
Yeah,
Where you at?
just here.
Okay.
Ooh, LB. LB. Oh, okay. Hello. Okay, I'm going places now.
I'm confused.
Ooh, what's this place? Oh, this is where the cave is.
Oh my, I got a way to go.
Whoa! I just flew all that way. What the
What is this?
Jesus is going on? I flew all that way. Where am I? What's like this?
What is this?
Oh, whoa. These little devils.
What do I do with this?
Uh-oh. Danger, Will Robinson. Oh my
Oh
god.
my god.
Whoa. I'll get you all, nearly.
I don't know what to do with this.
I just climbed up using those
Interesting. Where you at?
Oh, you're all the way over there.
Yeah, I'm up here. I
see
followed him.
I can see you.
Oh, I think we. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh. Okay, we found a checkpoint.
Oh, I saw that.
Did you ride up those thingies, Moo?
No.
Yeah, I did, but I took a wrong turn. I went up 3 of them, but
Just
I'm
keep
gonna
going
try
up them.
again. Yeah, I'll try again.
I did find a teleporter.
So there's one. One here. Where do I go after that? Oh, this is the one I had trouble with. Go, 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 go.
There's one weird vertical one that's a
No.
problem, yeah.
Oh. No. Thank you. No, no. Oh, at least I've got health
wow.
there. Okay, try again. Where is he?
Oh, you're very close, wherever you are.
Oh,
Not you.
that one.
Hello.
Where are you?
Right here, next to you.
Oh, there you are.
Here, actually, follow me. So you go on these ones right here. And I'll bring you up here.
Yeah, I got there.
Okay, and then you go up this one. This one's the annoying. No, the second one is annoying. And then there's gonna be a one on this. And then there's gonna be like a swingy thing on the ceiling. Ready? 1, and then 2, and then swingy thing.
No.
No. Oh, come on. Let me.
Yeah, you got it. You got it. You got it. You're here. And now this one. Where are you? See this one over here? You follow those. And these are somehow a little easier because they kind of just throw you where you need to be. Oh, well. You kind of threw yourself on that one.
Not
Hey,
quite.
your friend is
I
dying.
saw you. Oh, well, that if you would have landed it, that's where the teleporter is, right on top of that.
Yeah, no. No.
So, yeah. I guess when you respawn, your teleport is back here.
Yeah. It's funny.
Oh. Oh, dear. I'm gonna wait for you, Moo.
Definitely gotta get past that thing somehow.
Oh, God. I should not have walked into that room. What the actual fuck?
Festering overhang, is that it? Yeah.
Yeah, gotta be. Alright, Moo. You go in first.
Whoa, 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 whoa! Ah! I'm stuck!
What is this thing? I'm like, what is this thing and are we hurting it?
Flop moves.
Okay.
Whoa.
Okay, it's probably the same rules. The glowy parts, the glowy parts. Wow, it's shooting me. Moo, kill me.
Where are you?
Right here.
Stand still.
Alright. Not full health anymore, unfortunately, but it's better than what I had. Alright, I'm going out. I'm going out. Okay. Alright, I got it. I got one of them. All these. Oh my god, there's so many yellow things. And so many of these fucking. I need an orange plant immediately. I got one. Okay, I got one. Yes, thank God. Fuck these goddamn bugs. These tongue bugs.
Yeah, the bee things.
They're shooting me from like a mile away.
Hang on. Oh, I got one.
Moo, get me up if you can down here. I'm down
Where
on the
are
bottom.
you?
On the bottom. Right, turn back. There you go. Yes, okay. Alright, let's get more of these yellow things.
What? The yellow things? What
Yeah,
yellow things?
they're like yellow like balls on his body, on the big thing's body. Anywhere you see glowing yellow out of that big guy.
Oh, yeah. I mean, firing the acid things at it.
Oh my god, you stupid fucking tongue bugs.
There's an acid thing here.
I see one.
Got one.
I'm gonna be down in a second, I think.
Hit it again.
I'm down.
Got it again.
I'm down again.
Coming.
Nice, thank you. Oh god, keep just tonguing me to death. Why isn't he getting hit? What am I getting hit by, but it's not getting hit, you know? There it
Oh,
goes.
the tongue.
Alright. Shot him in the eye, alright. He's,
It's secreting some kind of goop.
it's secreting goo, I guess.
Nasty, Pioneer. Real nasty.
Yes, okay. The flowers are producing orange things again. Alright, so yeah, he's gonna have yellow things all over his body. Shoot those things.
Yeah, I'm throwing the acid at him.
Nice, that works. What is that about?
I'm almost dead.
Oh, you need to hit that with the acid. I understand. Okay.
Hey, your friend
No,
is
I'm
dying.
dead.
Where are you? Where are you? I see you.
Up on a mushroom.
There you go. I got you.
Oh, thank you. We can't get this in there.
Got it. Okay, nice. I'm at.
This one's empty.
Up here. Here we go. Reload, damn it. Alright, his eye's gonna open, I think. His eye's gonna open, I think. Or maybe not yet. Is there another yellow spot he got? I don't see one.
No, I can't see one. They shoot the.
I'm looking, I'm looking. This thing's glowing yellow, but I don't know what's up with that. These little danglies on top of his face glowing yellow, but I really don't know what to do, what to make of it.
I don't know. Like the tentacles. Oh yeah, you can kill the tentacle.
What
The pink
tentacles?
thing. The tongue thing or whatever it is.
Weird. Is he taking damage from that? I don't see him taking any damage.
Yeah, I don't know. That's what. I think he needs the acid things on him.
But yeah, there's nowhere to hit him on it. I'm
But I
looking for like yellow
They don't-
spots to hit him.
Yeah.
I don't see any. Oh wait, I found one. I found one.
Oh, that's still giving him damage.
I found one. I found it.
You did?
Yep. His eye's gonna open up now. His eye should open up. Shoot him in the eye. No. Or maybe he's not. Oh yes. Okay. His eye opened up. Oh shit.
Oh, I can see one. I can see one.
Yeah. Now he's all. He restarted now. He's on his third. He's on his third thing.
Got it. Got it. Got it. Got it. Got it.
His third round. So he's probably gonna be a little angrier this time. Okay. More acid thingies this time. I see him.
I'm trying. I'm trying. I'm trying.
Oh my god, there's so many bugs. Yeah, once you get the acid thingies off, shoot the yellow thingies inside.
Your friend messed
I'm
up.
down. I'm down.
This is why I prefer you.
I got you. I'm right here next to you.
Thank you. Oh, oh, oh.
I'm going down for some flowers if there's any. Nope, not here.
I need flowers.
Nope, there's not any.
Yes, there
Oh,
is.
yes, there is.
down
Yep,
here.
yep.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. I could die.
Okay, I got some.
Yeah, I've got like one. That's all good.
Better than nothing. Alright. I'm moving. Go for the yellow thingies. Okay, I see one up there.
Hey, your friend
I'm
is
down.
dying.
Okay, I'm
Dead.
coming. That flower's refilled.
Thank you. Bye.
Okay, okay, where we gotta go? I need a thingy. There we go. Okay.
Whoa, I'm nearly dead again.
I'm adequate. Not really. got
Your
it.
friend
Oh, I'm
messed up.
down. I'm dead. I'm
This is why
dead.
I prefer you.
Like no health, yeah.
Going.
Right.
Okay, you're back.
Thank you.
Alright. How many more yellow things up there? Up there, up there. Move, move, goddammit.
Oh, got him. Got him. Got him. Got him on the yellow thing.
Oh, good.
Got him again.
Yep, yep. We got him, we got him, we got him.
Nice. There you go.
Holy
Teach
moly.
him being our way.
Sloop Snoot Queen defeated. There you go.
Shooting him in the eye. Holy macaroni moo.
We did it.
Where do we...
We did it.
Oh, oh, underneath. Okay. Over here, Moo. Yep.
Oh wow.
Oh my.
Let's get elk.
We'll be able to carry the bombs now. I bet.
Right.
Looks reasonably good assumption.
Oh, and here's
That's the good
the
stuff. Handle with care.
there you go.
Nice. This definitely brings us to the next like world or level. Oh, those gonna teleport us. Okay. 3, 2.
One. Teleport. Pretty good.
I think we're in a new world now. I think. Let's see. Let's see.
Elevated
Yep,
realm.
this is a new world. All right, so let's
Wow.
go back to the ship. Drop off everything.
Yep.
Hey,
Get
guess
our
what?
upgrades.
It's time for more paperwork.
Oh, and most likely Doofy gotta talk to us again, so that's fun.
Oh yeah.
So, I think we should
Uh-huh.
both just take
Well, not,
a
maybe
moment
not.
here to reflect on how far we've come. Personally, I was certain you'd quickly die so many times that we'd run out of the goo we used to regenerate you. But you didn't. And I won't lie, I've come to enjoy our time together, which is why it pains me to say
Oh, I shot her up. Short survey.
it took you long enough to take this survey, though. Not that I blame you.
Okay.
You spent at least part of your expedition in the company of another pioneer. How would you rate your cooperative experience?
It's been pretty good.
Really? Are they
Yeah,
watching you right
good.
now or something?
They are.
Looks like you're taking your time too. That's great. A lot of folks just sort of rush through the world, not paying attention to it. How much effort was spent on every little detail by the world's creators, if you believe.
Not that much.
Also,
We die a
great
lot.
job on getting all the upgrades. Your constant desire for marginal improvement makes you a patron saint of capitalism. And so Kindred awards you.
Jesus
Wow,
Christ, stop.
You died a lot.
I don't really care about all this.
Finally, how much have you enjoyed your experience on this hell planet that once you...
Fun.
Oh, shucks. Based on
Oh,
the data
if
you've
you
recovered
left
so
already.
far, Kindred has confirmed my
finished?
fears.
It's still going.
They're
Where are
not
ya?
sure what to make of the
Where
tower
are
in the
ya?
center of the planet.
Oh, you're at the next place
Hey,
now.
welcome back.
No, I'm at the ship.
Yep, it's survey time again. Comparing
Oh,
you
you've
to
gone
other
there already.
explorers we've got out in the galaxy, you've refueled the javelin
I thought,
just
I thought you were finishing.
a minute.
Oh my
Soon,
God, it's still
you'll
going.
Be returning to Earth, which
Whoa.
means you can get a jump start on the best part of human existence.
A mansion.
Fantastic! It costs double now.
It's giving me a survey.
Oh God.
Your efforts
Okay,
have
that's
so far yielded much.
Okay.
Well, guess who's back?
New video. Moo.
Cooperation. This As a minor reward to improve your overall
That's
mood,
it?
Oh, never mind.
we have
It's
increased
another
the
ad.
amount of Ozban pharmaceuticals automatically injected into your food. Enjoy the results at your leisure.
Where are you?
I'm at the ship. I said that like 3 times.
Oh, sorry. I thought you said you'd,
At the ship, at the ship, at the ship.
Oh, right.
The new 5-patty vegan grill.
So I can upgrade our last thing and then yeah, call it there for this time for now.
Nice. Yeah, good. Okay, I'm back.
Now we can carry caustic bombs.
Yeah. Nice.
We have every upgrade we could possibly have right now.
You've got mail.
That's good.
Only kidding. No, not kidding.
If
it's
Lots of
unlocked, we
important
got it.
Mail back at the Javelin.
Nice.
Let's see what kind of mail we got here. I don't know. We have so much mail.
We do.
Yeah, I'm going through it all. Hold on. Is any of it exciting videos? Any new videos? Oh my god. Ads, ad. What's the Tweed anniversary?
Happy Intersolar Kindred Day!
Nope. Give me Paul? Nope. Okay, I'm good.
That's it? We're good?
There you go, Moo.
Yeah!
Nice.
We got video on there now. You're not even looking at it. There you go.
I
Across the
can
known
see
universe, we
it
have
from here.
tens, perhaps hundreds of tens of
Same.
explorers
It's
turning
everywhere.
over rocks, documenting the local fauna, and uploading vast amounts of data for the Kindred science team. That's what I'm talking about. We assume a failure
Do we
and
sleep
or
and
death
get
rate
help?
of
I wonder.
15% across our various
No.
endeavors. So the fact that you're alive and receiving this message brings a warm glow to the hearts of the entire Kindred team. Bingo! We've got a winner. We would also like to take a moment to highlight Puff Puff Pasta 79. Not only has he stayed alive, but he's contracted this. Wow. Now, it may look painful,
Okay.
but this could
Let's see what this video is.
be simplex or rogue limb. So,
Oh.
good luck to you, Puff Puff Pasta 79. But enough chit-chat. Our analysis of which planets offer the best potential future home for humanity continues. And we have you to thank for it.
Yay!
Keep exploring.
Coming up on KTV, tune in for a very special episode of We.
Wait. I'm gonna watch the meatball one.
No, I know. It's just that it was supposed to be uninhabited.
Yeah. Play that one.
Planet Gorma.
Meat scraps, fat, and gristle finding its way to
Play
your
next
trap.
video.
Thoughts? Wipe.
Meat scraps, fat,
Okay, never mind. I don't know how to make it play a specific video.
Unrelenting.
I don't know.
Win more. 5-star.
Anyway,
Alright.
I think it's a good place to call it.
It was fun, yeah.
We'll definitely continue it, and I'm sure we'll probably play a sequel too, probably.
Yeah. No worries at all. That's fun.
Can
Thanks,
we
Jessica.
emote? Let's see. Can we emote? Nope. Alrighty.
Oh, can we?
I was
I
checking.
don't know how.
I was
Do you
checking.
know how to?
Nope. I was checking. I don't think we can. Or at least not in
Oh.
here anyway.
Yeah.
Yep. Nope. I
Alright
can't.
then.
Alrighty. Well, have a good night or a good day, Moo. See you later.
Yeah, we'll do. Bye.
Bye bye. How do I get out of it? There we go. Alright, see you later, everybody. See you later.